All right, we should be live. Hello,
Right.
Emmanuel.
Hello. Yeah,
Welcome back.
it's been a while. It's
I
been a
know.
while.
How's it been going over
Yeah,
there?
crazy.
Yeah.
South Africa's it's it's strange. It's sort of like things are not really stable, but at the same time you're sort of coasting as a country.
Yeah.
Um, you get this weird sense of everyone's sort of it's sort of desensitized to all of the madness, but at the same time it's like at any second things can sort of explode.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's strange, but yeah, it's just the same old stuff. A lot of corruption, a lot of ineptitude, um, just pure incompetence,
Hmm.
and yeah, people suffering from that. So
Yes. Yeah,
yeah,
the truly incompetent definitely make people suffer in so many different ways.
that's exactly how it goes. It's sad because you sort of get the sense that South Africans are just so used to it. It's sort of like
Right.
it's part and parcel of being a South African. It's our daily, it's just our daily experience this side. You go to any sort of government office, even privatized, institutions, businesses, etc. It's not much better. I guess perhaps the one exception would be education. A few others, yeah, probably education. That's probably standout. But apart from that, man, a lot of the incompetent people who graduate and all that from university are making their way into the private sector. So
Yeah.
yeah, so it's also not looking that great that side as well. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I've learned recently that I mean I know the diversity, inclusion, equity policies are awful and they totally ruin an organization. But these crazy
yeah,
bitches get in even without those policies because of their quote unquote degrees. Even if a
yeah,
private business doesn't even have said policies, like they'll still get in there because they think the person actually has merit because they have a degree.
right, right. Which is exactly why I've always championed moving away from degrees
Yeah.
and hopefully going to something that's way closer to a pure meritocracy instead of having a sheet of paper signal whether someone's actually deserving of a role, have actually assessed the person to see if they actually are capable of doing what you need them to do.
Right.
I think I remember as a kid, my mother telling me how she got her first job after getting her um, MBCHB. I don't know if you guys call it the same that side. It's the degree for being a physician, a doctor.
Mm.
So yeah, so the first gig she got after that, I mean, she told me, she said, I walked into the hospital. The guys basically needed someone to do, can't remember what sort of job she was going for. I don't know if it's anesthesiology or something like that. But she mentioned that they needed help, and she just said, "Yeah, I'm a doctor," and they said, "Okay, just bring a stethoscope tomorrow, and then that sort of thing." Because back in those days, a degree actually meant something.
Right.
It was the fact that it was so difficult to get into this institution, and there was that academic rigor. There was that much less of this stuff of pushing people into positions that they don't really deserve.
Right.
Um, just to sort of we have this buzzword in South Africa called transformation, where the idea behind it is basically that there's this ideal distribution that people have in their heads of how many people should be in a particular job, how many black people, how
Right.
many women,
Right.
etc., etc. And then the idea is that we need to transform the current you know uh, 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 distribution and make it bring it closer to what we see as the ideal,
Yeah,
and that's
parody the society, like the people around
yes,
you.
that whole thing of representation,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
so yeah, so
And I don't
that stuff,
understand it, Emmanuel. Like I don't I even talked to one of these crazy bitches in the HR department at Lowe's.
yeah,
And she was literally trying to explain to me how important it was for the people that work there to reflect the community. So,
right,
the whole idea of, oh, the people that look like me. And I was like how can that make somebody feel better? Like I don't fully understand that, because I was drawing from my own experience of shopping at this same Lowe's for almost 15 years. I'm like,
right,
you know what's uncomfortable for me is when somebody's working here and they can't help me because they don't know what they're doing, like.
yeah. You know what's odd about that? This is the part that they don't really talk about.
Yeah.
Is that what happens if you are, say, I'll say, speak for South Africa. Say you are that black guy who goes into, say, a banking scenario. You go
Yeah.
into a bank, you see a whole lot of black people who've been put into these positions because of the fact that they're black.
Yeah.
And perhaps let's say you're one of these ideologues
Right.
who celebrates the fact that great, we have black people in these positions now. Right, you get there and you find that that black person who you champion to get into that position is incapable of doing what you need them to do.
Right.
So that's like a gut punch.
Yeah.
It just knocks your wind. It knocks the
Yeah.
wind out of your sails. It knocks the wind out of you. The fact that you push this whole thing, you get there and you find out that, oh, turns out pushing people based on their race, their sex, their disability status, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
Turns out it's not the best, and
Oh.
they never talk about that side of it. They always talk about the fact that it represents the community. It represents the proportions of people in the country.
Right.
So okay, I'll give you another example. We have I don't know if you've ever heard of the sport called rugby.
Mm-hmm.
It's rugby. It's one of these sports that came from England.
Yeah,
That
it's like
we got
football
from England.
without
It's like
pads,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the closest I could compare it to would be American football.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have our country actually has been the world champions for the past two World Cups that we've had.
Mm.
So we won it this year, and we won it 4 years ago. So that's 2019. Before that, we had won it in 2007. So we one of the top nations when it comes to that. And funny enough, there's at least numerically speaking, there's an overrepresentation of white people our in our national team.
Right.
And coincidentally, by allowing that to happen, instead of being so crazy about transformation, even though they've probably insisted on it more than what perhaps we sing. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that perhaps if there was absolutely no affirmative action, you'd probably see even less black people in the sport, right?
Right.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the fact that they weren't able to get the ultimate representation
Yeah.
may be part of the reason that we're still able to compete.
Right. Right.
Because this space, what I'm trying to say is that it's to the point. It's kind of hilarious watching that whole situation play out, because it's the one team that has delivered in terms of being world champions, and that's the team that has the most white people, the people that our government is trying to stifle, just trying to crush in terms of
Right.
policies and all that stuff. And ironically, it's the one team that's able to pull South Africans together and make them like a united country.
Mm.
And it's to the point where people say, why don't we get the guys who are running we call them the Springboks, right? They say, why don't we get the guys who are running the Springboks to run the rest of the teams? Because clearly they know what they're doing. It's like, yes, okay, yes, you're getting there. Now take that mentality
Yeah.
and apply it to the rest of South Africa.
Right.
You see?
Everything else.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah. So there is a little beacon of hope there. There's one thing that's like standing its ground and not caving into the bullshit identity politics stuff, right?
it, it's we are succeeding despite the fact that we have such crazy affirmative action that, you know, because it's to the point when people say, the way we are so good at this sport, right? It's to the point when people say, why don't we get people from, you'll hear people from, say, New Zealand and other countries say, we need to try and get more of our players to play in the South African league because clearly they're lacking, you know?
Right.
So, rugby has been historically white, Afrikaner dominated sport in South Africa, right? And if there's one thing I can say about Afrikaans, the Afrikaner people is that they really do emphasize work ethic. Obviously, I'm speaking in generalities, right?
Right.
Work ethic, getting what you deserve, you know, putting in the work so that you can actually get to the point where you can compete on, you know, being competitive. And yeah, I think that's bled right into a lot of other institutions, and it's just strange that people are able to acknowledge it in the sport, in the game,
Right.
but when it starts to become a thing of, okay, perhaps we need to move, perhaps we need to now apply it to our politicians, perhaps we need to now apply it to our labor laws, our regulations, you know, things like minimum wages and stuff like that. Perhaps we need to apply it to those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's just like, no. And people don't seem to understand that what these sorts of policies do is that they protect the people, the incumbents, and they exclude any other, you know, person seeking to enter the market, seeking to compete with the people who are currently there.
Right.
Which is why you have issues, you know, that sort of spin off of that, like the high unemployment rate, especially youth unemployment rate we have in South Africa. So, yeah, you have, people don't realize exactly how massive the butterfly effect of not being meritocratic is.
Yeah.
How many institutions it hits. How I'd say, like, one major thing we've learned, certainly some of us in South Africa who actually, you know, have got their eyes open, is that meritocracy is a natural defense against corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So by having a system that strives to put the best in place, you automatically are defended against people who are trying to game the system.
Yes.
Yes. So
The liars, cheaters, and stealers.
yes, the scammers, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. So like we've had, the people who claim to have a particular degree which allows them to have insight in a particular when it comes to a particular topic or subject, and you realize that no, they're actually studying the study of that subject. Like they're not actually doing the work.
Right.
Like when you have all these degrees that have studies after them.
Oh yes, I don't like any
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah,
I
those
think they're
sorts of.
all feminist babies. That's what the women have
Yeah.
contributed to academia.
Yeah.
Like, I think they had to make a bunch of departments, to get more women in university.
Yeah, it's what I found quite amusing. I don't know if you've picked up on the guy who just got elected as president of Argentina.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, very interesting character. And basically he was just like a Freire. Everybody, all of these I don't know how many government employees he sacked. He cut
Oh yeah.
departments. Yeah, just
Yeah. No, I did
very
see
very
something
interesting guy.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So basically, I'm hoping that we get our own version of that guy in South Africa, because that would really open the floodgates for economic, growth and opportunity.
Yeah.
This whole thing of saying, okay, historically these people have been oppressed, therefore we need to now game the system so that it leans towards them, even though they're not really capable of doing what we need them to do in these particular positions that we assign them to.
Well,
It
and that's
it, it
exactly
just
what
doesn't pan out.
yeah, but that's exactly what they're saying. They're not capable of doing it, so that's why they need equity. This
Yeah,
equity
exactly.
policy. Yeah.
But you see, they don't frame it that way.
Yeah.
That's the implication of what they say. But the way they frame it is that there is some external force that stops them from realizing their full potential,
Right.
and therefore we need to game the system in order to compensate for this external force. Say in our case, the one they tend to go for is the legacy of apartheid, or they'll say white monopoly capital, or they'll say capitalism, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Um, or the new one that has been imported from America is white privilege and all these sorts of things.
Right.
Um,
You guys are
so that's the
welcome.
external force. Yeah, thanks. So that's the sort of external force that they claim needs to be
Right.
compensated for. So
Right.
you need to sort of like, if the force is coming from the left, so to speak, then you need to sort of lean into the left side, so it sort of balances. That's their sort of approach to things. So it's
Which I
like,
don't understand. I
yeah,
still
it's
don't get why that's
yeah,
the approach. I'm trying to, because something you brought up in my last stream was sorry, about how something about women's hold on culture.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah.
I've been really thinking about that, because my initial reaction was like, it's impossible, but I mean, because women are the nurturers of culture, right? It's kind of our job to pass that on and instill that and all the things.
Yeah.
And I do know that, like, on the men's side, men usually react to what it is women want out of culture. I mean, that's why we have,
Hmm.
all these awesome technologies that help make housework easier and all those things. So I don't think it's possible to get women's grips off of culture. I think the problem is the people that have their hands on the wheel are the people who shouldn't be fucking steering it, due to
Okay.
these bullshit policies and all this ideological infection. Like,
Okay. I have a few points to push back
yeah,
on
yeah.
that. Right. There are a few things I need to say.
Okay.
Firstly, it wasn't always this way. The fact that women had such a hold on culture,
No.
historically speaking,
Mm-hmm.
you think of the greatest authors you can think of from, say, the 1600s, the 1700s. Most of them are men, and
Yes.
obviously this is when feminists would say, no, that's because women were oppressed. But I would say then that doesn't, like refute the point that there was a time before when men had a hold on culture, right? And two, you had a albeit barbaric, or perhaps not in line with the ethics we have today.
Mm.
Um, there was a standard of women should be held accountable,
Mm.
right? So I'll take it back to, I remember learning about this back in the day. I think I was 12 years old and learned in a textbook somewhere, and they're talking about the origins of plastic surgery, and that
Mm-hmm.
apparently back in the day in India, if a woman was unfaithful, they chop her nose or something like that, if I remember correctly, right? I guess as punishment for, because I'm just purely guessing.
Yeah.
I guess the idea was that women's one true, power is their beauty. So you take
Yeah.
that away from them in order to punish them for being, what you call it, unfaithful,
Yeah.
and obviously it acts as a deterrent for other people who are perhaps thinking of doing so, right?
Yeah.
Barbaric, yes, but I'm just alluding to the point that we're at least holding them to account, you know.
Right. Right.
Whereas
Right.
now, whereas now, I remember seeing someone, I remember seeing someone complaining about the way the guy reacted crazily, right? But he was reacting to a girl who had cheated on him.
Hmm.
And then someone was like, I remember hearing the woman go, well, cheating is not a crime. And I was like, you see, that's the point.
Right.
That's the very point, is that
Right.
just because it's not technically a crime, you see it as, okay, that means it's totally on board, everything above board, everything is totally fine with this particular act, just because it's not legally, seen as a bad thing to do. And I think these are sorts of things that you would have had before,
Yeah.
which all of these factors would lead to women not having such a hold on culture. Is that you hold them to account, and then you obviously have all of these men who'd contribute to culture, who would overwhelm whatever um, uh, uh,
Right.
uh, uh, sway women would have. Because I mean, you think of like the Stoics. You think of all of these guys who, it was a whole mindset that would take over an entire region, an entire nation. Um, where they emphasize honor, truth, whatever it is, whatever the virtue of the time is,
Mhm.
but it would not be, just mindless compassion or empathy, that can be driven to the extremes.
Right.
Yeah. So
See, I don't even know if that's really empathy. I mean, they're calling it that, but it doesn't seem like it's that.
it's not, but the fact that they can deceive so many people into, fool so many
Right.
people into thinking that it is,
Right.
effectively makes it, you know. So if the word empathy has been hijacked to this extent, it should be
Yeah.
just cast away
Yeah.
entirely.
Yeah. It's
But it's
ruined.
like, what's the point of even trying to retain it? Because it's like you realize that it's got gaping holes in its
Right.
defense. It's like,
Right.
what's the point of trying to keep this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could overwhelm. Take for example the rise of Pearly, uh, Pearl
Hmm.
from Just Pearly Things.
Yeah.
What I found most intriguing about her is that a lot of these conservatives and even especially the liberals are reacting to her, right? Which means that she's got first move advantage,
Right.
right? Which is something that conservatives, I mean, even built into the very word conservative, that's not a feature that they've had to enjoy. The
Mm.
fact that, because they always talking about this is how it used to be. Now we are reacting to the fact that you guys are trying to change what it used to be. We are trying to conserve that, right?
Right.
Whereas Pearl's sort of thing is like has got a first move advantage. I'm criticizing you over this particular point or this particular point, and now you've got to be on the defense. You need to now, you know. And I guess my question is, why can't men as a whole have that sort of impact, right?
Right. I don't think it would be the same impact. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about that for a second. Yeah, I think she just has that kind of impact because that's where we are in today's society.
Okay.
like because there's the things she says, so many men support her because she's saying things that they say and they think, and it kind of validates what it is. And I think
Oh yeah,
it
yeah,
pisses a lot of women off because she's kind of speaking against the sisterhood, right?
yeah.
The feminists, all the feminist lies. And I think she can get away with a lot more because she's on the side that does the canceling, and they can't, it doesn't work well. These tactics that they try to use to get rid of people, it doesn't work as well on women as it does on men.
Right. I guess it would be a good analog would be um, uh, like black people who speak out against affirmative action.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Their hardware, or rather their software, just doesn't know how to deal with that because
Right.
it's used to seeing the enemy as being white. So it's like now
Right.
there's a black person who's speaking the same way that other white people tend to speak.
Right.
So how am I supposed to process this particular situation?
Right. And it
I get
almost makes
that.
people stop and think for a little bit, like, But I think those
Yeah.
things are useful because I'm sure there's a lot of black people out there that also had those thoughts. And,
Yeah.
going back to the validation thing, I think it breeds, like, those seeds plant and grow more of the same. So
Yeah. I think, yep.
now I think it's a good thing, but I don't think she'd have that kind of impact, if we weren't needing somebody like that.
So you think she's a person of her particular time and,
Yeah,
place in history. You
yeah,
think
I
if we
think so.
plucked her and put her elsewhere, she wouldn't have as much of an impact.
Right. I mean,
I get that.
because what she's doing is necessary, and
Right.
I'm glad she's doing it because she seems to have the stamina for it, and she doesn't seem to get because she's got to get a lot of hate from all sides. I mean, mostly women, but various men are throwing out the hate because they don't trust, blah blah, all the things. But she seems to be, in spite of all that, still doing it. So I think I think it's needed. Like, going back to what I said,
Yeah.
the wrong people having the wheel on society. I mean, she's going to make a bigger impact than the average guy saying the same thing.
Uh, sorry. Just give me a
Mm-hmm.
sec. Someone's
Yeah,
calling me here,
yeah,
so just need to put this
yeah,
on
yeah.
airplane mode. Okay. 1 second.
Yeah, let's say hi to everybody that's here. Let's start from the top. Hello, Kush. Hey, Bullets. Hello, Freebird. Bandit, good to see you. Manlettopia. Hey, AP. Derek, good to see you. Mr. Working Man. Right? Yeah, feminists have ruined it. Particularly the feminists in the psychology field ruined it.
Yeah. So, back. Sorry.
Hmm?
Uh, you're making the point about Pearl being a person like, basically relevant to her particular time. You know. Yeah, I think that obviously has that's true. Um, it's just
See, and Derek brings up a good point. Like,
uh-huh.
all she did is copy and paste Kevin Samuels word for word and made her popular.
Right,
Honestly,
but
there's so many puppets out there.
yeah,
I see that she does more good than harm, personally, and she's doing what
that's
is necessary to be done. Like,
exactly. I think
yeah,
that's my whole point is that if you, I don't want to make the same mistake that I think the left is guilty of just
Yeah.
trying to mix people who have totally incompatible values together into, sort of clumping them up into one
Right.
mass Frankenstein monster
Right.
of political movement.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we should be wary of being too, you know, of trying to put people through a purity test.
Yeah.
If people for the most part have the same values that we have, and the values that perhaps we don't share in common are not incompatible with what we are trying to achieve at this point in time, we should not
Right.
be against taking them on as allies.
Yeah.
To steal a word from the left. Um,
Right.
yeah, it's it would be unwise to do that, because then what you have is just, you sort of have this the thing that the classic problem that men have, where you become so isolationist that you can never mount any sort of real resistance against,
Okay.
like, a coordinated, centralized attack on, say, for example, masculinity, or
Right.
or whatever. So you do need to, rally as people who share particular views,
And goals.
um, and goals. Yeah. So I think that's important.
Yeah.
Um, I'd rather have Pearly on my side than, say, some of these trad slash conservative women who are actually feminists
Right.
in disguise. Yeah.
Yes.
I was actually, I flagged this to you in the previous stream I was on, or was watching. There was an interaction between Matt Walsh and what's her name, Megan Kelly, recently
Mm.
on Twitter. They sort of had a bit of a spat,
Really?
and yeah. So Matt Walsh, if I remember correctly, was reacting to a video of a woman who had recently gone on a date, and she's a feminist, right? And she was saying she was so surprised by how um, the guy she went out with sort of appealed to her, and he was, she called it, what did she call him, like, sort of like a man's man. I think that's the phrase she sort of used.
Yeah.
And she said the guy paid for everything, and he was sort of like, just that gentleman. And it's sort of like undid. She said she felt the feminism leaving her body. I think that's how she phrased it. And Matt Walsh, funny enough, strange, because this is not really how trad cons tend to go, but he actually came from a more red pill lens, or,
Mhm.
or side, of things, and he was saying, okay, that's fine, but what I often find with women who say these sorts of things is that they're always ready to accept the benefits of traditional masculinity, but are not willing to accept, playing the traditionally feminine role, or the responsibility side of things,
Right.
and then Megan Kelly, uh, I wish I could just find the tweet. She just came in and started pushing the agenda of, there are plenty of guys who want women who are excited by women who have careers and all these sorts of,
Oh God.
and it's just like, aren't you supposed to be the conservative?
Right.
And then quickly soon after that, then came this whole conservative calendar thing that happened recently. I don't know if you caught wind of that.
Mm-mm.
So okay, I'm not really clued in on this, but from what I understand, there was a conservative calendar that was promoted. I can't remember by whom, but some conservatives were speaking out against it, saying that the women in the, it's ironic to have like a women who are in bikinis for conservative dads, calendar. It's like,
Right.
what's conservative about that? That's liberal, you know. To
Okay.
be yeah. So what was interesting was finally seeing that divide between socially conservative conservatives and then socially liberal conservatives. Because you
Right.
have conservatives who are conservatives only when it comes to economics.
Yeah,
So
fiscally
small government,
conservative, but
yeah,
socially liberal. I've actually heard that recently. I'm
yeah.
like, what the fuck
So
does that mean? You,
that's
you,
exactly
you're
that's
conservative
exactly where
with
they're
the
at. Yeah,
money, but you're liberal with the people that fuck up the money. Like,
exactly. So it's like uh, uh, that's exactly. I don't even know how to expand on that. That's exactly the point. It's
yeah,
yeah. It's so it's been very funny seeing how that's playing out, because you have Christian conservatives, right,
yeah,
who claim to be conservative, who claim to be Christian, but
yeah,
then are sort of making snide remarks when it comes to people who are criticizing this calendar. And
yeah,
you have other people coming with coming from sort of attacking it from the angle of, we shouldn't be focused on this conservative calendar when the left is blocking Trump from running as president, right? Which, yes, I get whataboutism, but it's
yeah,
but really you do have to have some clarity on certain things.
yeah,
You call yourselves conservatives, but then you have the exact same policy when it comes to social issues,
yeah.
you know, as liberals. That's yeah, that's
Well,
that's
oh,
concerning to
hold
me.
on. That's the same thing you were talking about. Enjoying the benefits of something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's exactly it. So
Hmm.
a lot of people have to have some. We need to have a realignment of our priorities and our values, so that you can
Yeah.
balance the responsibilities and benefit side of things. We have this lopsided system
Yeah.
where some people have to carry the entire side of the benefit, the responsibilities, while
Yeah.
others only get the benefits.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be fine because it all works out in the end. That's sort of I think justification that people have in their heads. Maybe they're not explicitly, but implicitly. It seems people are like, let's just let's be fine with it, because at the end of the day it sort of balances out. And it's like, no,
It
not
doesn't.
really. You have quite a lot of people who are tired of only bearing the responsibility and not having anything to show for it.
Right.
Then you have, and they're tired partly because they have to look at the people who are benefiting from their
Yep.
hard work and probably wasting it, you know,
Exactly.
or
See,
worse yet, wasting it and then turning around and crying for more.
yeah, yeah. No, they shit on it and then cry for more. Like,
Exactly.
you just ruined it. Why do you get more?
Yeah. So
Yeah, see,
all of this ties back into the whole meritocracy thing, where
yes, yes, yes.
a meritocracy is that's the cool thing about a meritocracy, is that it automatically um, it's built into it that you
Yeah,
balance rights and responsibilities. If you want to be irresponsible, you must know that you'll suffer the consequences.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
So if you're an irresponsible person, you will get irresponsible prizes. You'll get that sort of package. The package for irresponsible people. Here you go. Right? Instead
Yeah,
of having irresponsible people get the same, if not more, benefits of than responsible people, and then responsible people being having to shoulder the responsibility side of things for
mhm,
those people who just got benefits. It's not
mhm.
fair.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not fair, and it's not sustainable.
Yeah, and I still haven't figured out like fundamentally how to, because it's the same thing with that stupid fucking coach that came across here recently. It's like I take zero responsibility for somebody else's choices if they took my advice or whatnot. Like I don't take that responsibility, but I'm gonna reach as far as I possibly can to grasp at credit for my
Yeah,
work.
yeah,
Like I don't understand the mind that does that. I mean, I understand how it's developed. And that's why I keep coming back to like early childhood development being so fucking key and how feminism has really fucked that arena. Because I don't know. I don't know if there's any, once you're past the age of 25, I don't know if there's really much fixing it without like extreme fascism. Like, I don't see that it can be done in a democratic, free society.
Yeah, I think your point about feminism,
Yeah.
certainly the absence of fathers in the household has contributed a lot to that, because they
Yeah.
would be the ones who saying, no, you can't behave like that. Sure, you're getting away with it now in front of your mom, who's too disinterested to actually fix this. But I'm telling you, if you were to do that outside in the real world, you will suffer some serious consequences, you know?
But then they look online and people are doing it outside in the real world and they're getting rewarded. See, that's kind of been my primary focus recently. It's my blame that I'm placing. Like, the people that know better and turn the other cheek and don't fucking intervene in anything, the cowards of our
Yeah,
society that
right.
should be responsible for, imparting knowledge and wisdom and helping people grow and develop, they don't do anything. And they allow the fucking crazy bitch idiots who love to
Mm-hmm.
reward and clap for all these bad behaviors, they allow
Mm-hmm.
them to do the nurturing. So it essentially ruins these people.
There are a few reasons for that. One
Yeah.
of them would be the fact that the people who run the institutions that would assist would be good people, would be responsible people, are also those very same, you know, pacify first instead of punish and
Mm-hmm.
make someone responsible. Those sorts of people are the ones who are running those institutions.
Right.
So, say for example, if you were to turn to, say, if you're in a company, right, and you see an employee, a coworker who's not pulling their weight, and perhaps is doing something even worse than that, maybe even hindering
Yes. Other people's
productivity,
production.
right?
Yeah.
And the people you're supposed to go to turn to solve that problem will turn out to be dominantly um, the sorts of women you're complaining about.
Yes.
So I'm saying the HR department.
Yes. Oh,
You
yes.
see, so what are you supposed to do if you're more than likely going to get into trouble for trying to enforce
Right.
responsibility, trying to enforce. You see, that's the problem. So you need
Yeah.
to take over the institutions that are overseeing responsibility, overseeing a fairness, and then from there work your way down to the grassroots where you're now getting rid of individual, activist types, overbearing mother types.
Oh, yes. The
Yeah,
smother mothers.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I think that's what needs to happen, and that's why I'm saying you need someone. I hate having like uh, messiah complex, waiting for the savior. But
Right.
in terms of the larger institutions, the larger movements and political, especially political movements, say like the DEI or DIE
Yes.
policies, you
Yes.
do need someone at the policy level to undo that. You do
Right.
need like the guy from Argentina to go, okay, we are literally getting rid of the ministry for women.
Yes.
Out.
Out.
Yeah,
Yes.
like that. He
Go.
literally did that.
Fuck
Yeah,
off. We're
yeah,
no
he literally
longer
said
paying you
out.
money to destroy society. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Your
yeah,
contribution is no longer wanted.
yeah.
Go find something
So
better to do that's actually more useful.
yeah,
Yeah, no, that's good news though, right? I mean,
it is because
Argentina
I
is
think the most pleasing thing about that is that it's in one of the most lefty countries and
yeah.
in the third world. So
Yeah.
it's like, if those are the guys who are like fixing it first, that gives
And
me
they
hope.
are. Yeah. And I know
That gives
South
me hope.
Korea. I know Contriver brought up some stuff about one of the guys in
Yeah,
South
yeah.
Korea that was.
Yeah, I was also talking about the anti-feminist president who
Yeah.
was recently elected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I haven't checked up. I need to look up what's happening in Korea. But just the very fact that there was a demand, so much so that someone got elected on that entire platform.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's men rallying, coming together and saying, look, this deal just isn't working.
Yeah.
Um, okay, we hear you guys, complaining about not getting enough opportunities or representation, etc., etc. But we as men are looking at this and saying, fine, we hear your complaints, but the responsibilities that we've been shouldered with,
Yeah.
been given,
Yeah.
versus the benefits that we're getting versus the benefits that you're getting, we're seeing that this deal is not fair. And
Yeah.
because of that, we need to, like, I remember reading that one of the major issues they were citing is the issue of compulsory, military service, because
Mm.
that's a thing in Korea. So they were saying, like, why do these women get all these benefits and when they don't even go to military
Mm-hmm.
service, they don't
Yep.
even serve, and a whole host of other issues. So they're even citing, I think they were citing the fact that I guess implying that by boosting women so much, you start to destabilize the natural order of things.
Yes.
Of the very same women who want to be equal to men don't want to date their equals. So what's supposed to happen to the to marriages, to family creation, all these sorts of things? If you're literally taking away the incentive to create a family.
Yeah.
Yeah, and South Korea is one of those countries that's suffering from a declining, or at least numbers that are leading towards pointing towards declining population. Birth rates, low. I can't remember. I think it's also one of the countries that was trying to encourage people to have more babies. And I literally read something a bit earlier today about them trying to get more people to come into the country in order to help, boost the population.
Right.
And it's like, why are we doing all these crazy things when we could just make things proper for the citizens of that country so that they can
Yeah.
do what they're supposed to do, which is
Right.
have kids, have families,
Yep.
keep it together, because there should be barriers to marriage and barriers outside of marriage to get out of marriage. It should be difficult to get into marriage and then difficult to get out of marriage.
Yeah.
So that when you're in marriage, you know that the people who came in are serious, and you know that it won't be as easy to get out.
Right.
So the incentive is to stay married. These are basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be possible for people to have shotgun weddings. That shouldn't be a thing, right? At the same
Right.
time, especially when you're trying to uphold and you call it sanctity of marriage, right? And then at the same time, there should be no such thing as no fault divorce.
Right.
That's insane to me.
Yeah, that is insane. That is insane. And I know that I've seen a couple things kind of trying to get rid of that, like on a legal level. I mean, going back to the diversity, inclusion, equity stuff.
Yeah.
There's, I think there's quite a few states that are about to come out doing that too. I mean, we have Texas, Florida, and what is the most recent one I saw? Another state. I posted about it.
Conservatives, Republicans can
Yeah.
only really celebrate when you start to make inroads in blue states. When you start to have a few significant blue states swinging
Yeah.
towards conservatism in terms of with regards to particularly important issues, say abortion, say immigration. I've heard a few things about New York and apparently Illinois, Chicago, swinging. You know, the especially the black people from there, sort of going, okay, no, we are not with this whole immigration thing. So that's it's sad that it had to, you know, the consequences had to literally get to their front door before they actually decided to realize, oh, okay, yeah, maybe this is not a good thing. I guess that's how
Right.
it goes.
And I
Yeah.
think Syke brought that up in that recording. He was like, well, maybe things just have to get really bad before they get better.
Yes, this I've been saying this for on these streams for a while, that
Yeah.
you sort of have to have a, this is a really bad word, you know, contextually, but you need to have a cleansing of the
Yeah.
system,
Yeah.
you know, and it needs to be a natural cleansing brought about by consequences.
Yeah.
You know, in the same way that a kid learns from touching a hot plate that, okay, maybe I should not be near the stove, you know. And the problem with what we have now is that people are doing their level best to make sure that the plate is cold, and they're wondering why the kids are never learning not to touch the stove.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because what we'd rather we're so fixated on
Safety.
safety,
Yeah.
compassion, empathy, instead of, hey, some lessons need to be learned through pain. You know.
And I don't think they should be allowed to call it safety when it's literal. It's like debilitating to them.
Yeah.
You're
It's
actually retarding their development. Like
yes. It's
that's not safety. That's abuse.
no,
Like
you know what the game is, right? It's that a lot of issues are not just multifaceted, but they're multi-tiered in the sense that across time. So what's the word I'm looking for? Iterations. I'm thinking from the perspective of game theory. From think of it as like chess moves, right? A lot of the times when lefties come with a slogan, it looks really appealing for the first move. But once you go a few moves into the game, all of a sudden you realize, oh, maybe that first move was terrible. You know?
yeah.
So in the first iteration, it looks like safety, but then in the second, third iteration, it looks like the thing that you thought was safe is actually making people, you know, unaware of certain dangers, which is actually making them less safe.
Yes.
You just didn't see 2 or 3 moves ahead. You only stuck on the first move, which looks like safety.
Right.
And it's very difficult to make to make this point in, say, a 2-minute, or 1 minute, period of time that you're allowed to speak at a debate or on national news and things like that. It's very difficult to get into the nuances of these issues, so people don't ever go beyond, oh, okay, I need this now, I need the stimulus check, I need all of these things, instead of realizing that, okay, maybe these things have consequences. What's the thing? Fast money, slow problems. Yeah, it's like they don't see the slow problem side of things. They don't see that the consequences may be delayed. Just because it's not immediate doesn't mean they don't exist.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy said steal someone's life from them by calling it safety.
Yeah.
And that's I mean, going back to the base the base pillars of all this crazy bitch, lying, cheating, stealing. Like
there was a wrestler. Oh, my favorite wrestler used to use those words. I lie, I cheat, I steal. Eddie Guerrero. Yeah. So you just reminded me of him. Yeah.
But no, it does.
That's what they do. They lie, they cheat, they steal
from them. Like these people that are trying to make things safe for all these adults. Like you're literally stealing their resilience and their potential.
Yeah.
Like
you exactly, and not allowing them to learn fall and
Yeah.
take some bruises, scratches, learn, okay, maybe I shouldn't walk this way, maybe I shouldn't step on this particular part of the path,
Right.
it's not steady,
Maybe I
this is
shouldn't touch
these
that
sorts of,
snake.
exactly,
Yeah.
um it's just an overwhelming motherly force, and one of
Yeah.
the things that comes that is one of the pillars of that, right, is the assumption that um what mothers do is pure, holy.
Right.
The motherly instinct is pure, it's holy, it's ever, like, in every situation it's the best way to go, right?
Right.
And it's not. It works for infants, you know
Yes.
but
Yes.
not
Yes.
so much for people after the age of, say, heck, maybe 4,
Yeah, I would
going
say, yeah,
forward.
4. I don't know.
Yeah.
When Cam was little, I was allowing him to adventure.
Yeah,
I'd
but
pay attention, but for him to
so
explore and mess up and fall like that's
yes,
important to do even before
but
4.
in order to do that, right,
Yeah.
you have to let go of some of the motherly instinct, like the motherly urge to protect, to nurture. You have to say, okay, I need to reduce that for his own good. Now, in other words, you're sort of looking at it from a higher dimension. You're saying,
Oh,
on the first, on the on the base level, it looks like it would be good to protect him from every sort of danger. But I need to let him explore in order for him to be self-sufficient, which is a
exactly.
higher
Learn
order level of
self-protection. Yes.
yeah. So it's
Yes.
a higher order of care. It's sort of like the difference between giving a man fish and teaching him how to
Teaching him.
fish.
Yeah.
It's a higher level of care, you know.
But it is still care.
It is still care. It's just
Like,
when you're
and
the
it
sort of person who only thinks on the first level, then
right,
you
right,
know,
right.
yeah,
But
that's
it's
the
still
problem.
it's still also protection. Like, it's protecting them from being a fucking fool and stupid and like it's helping them. Hmm.
It takes a certain level of intelligence to do this. It takes a certain level of life experience, um, emotional control.
Yeah,
Um,
it's definitely emotional control
yeah, like, for
and
you to do
ability.
that, to be able to let your child explore like that, to not give into. Now, can you imagine being brought up in a system and in a culture that indulges every emotion, that
Yeah,
never teaches emotional restraint, and that says, whatever you feel, your feelings are valid. That's the phrase I like to use, right?
yeah,
So if you feel like you need to protect your child from the hot plate, from falling and scratching their knee,
yeah.
you are valid, and no one can tell you that your feelings are not valid. The man who comes and says, hey, maybe he needs to learn, hey, maybe he needs to fall off the bike a few times to sort of get
Yeah,
the sense of, okay, this is how I can find balance.
yeah.
That man is evil. That man is toxically masculine.
Right.
Yeah. So in to a certain extent, I'd say you incorporated a bit of masculinity by letting your child explore. So you sort of recognize that in this particular issue, or in this particular situation, perhaps the base level of motherly, affection, all of that is just insufficient, inappropriate. I
Hmm.
need to incorporate something else. I need to approach it from a different angle in order to achieve a higher order level um, of motherly care and all of that. So
I mean, because fundamentally, for a mother, your job is to, nurture and produce a good member of society. And
yeah,
if you break that down, you got to figure out what exactly you want your end product to look like. You know, like, do you want a whinging, sniveling, fucking adult child, or do you want somebody that's actually going to be useful and in turn be functioning and have a happier life all around? Like, I don't know. I go back to the first time I had Cam. We were in a grocery store, and he was like 4, and I was kind of letting him like kind of go around and touch things, because I was never like, oh, don't touch that. I was like, no, you can touch it, but this is how you be careful, because this shit's interesting. Yeah, like you want to
Yeah.
touch it, right? So this
Yeah.
lady, like he was down at the end of the aisle, and I was kind of keeping an eye out and grabbing stuff, and he was like checking stuff out, and this lady was just like, "Oh my God, where's your mother?" And she went to grab his hand to, like, he's like, "Whoa, she's right there." I was like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, you got to keep him close." I was like, "Why? He's fine." Like, what? Like her fear, she was worried about him or whatever, like, because he wasn't right next to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, yeah, I don't think it's just, you can break it down to masculine, feminine like that. I think
Mm-hmm. Perhaps it's just maturity.
maybe.
Like it's perhaps you're both mothers, but you're not on the same maturity level of
Well,
motherhood.
but fear. I know a lot of people are fear driven.
Okay.
So, like, her reaction was out of fear for like a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know, like, Jonathan Haidt's book, The Coddling of the American Mind, like he goes into, the whole, in the 80s, the milk carton kids, and how people started, not letting their children do and explore as much. But
What
it
do you
was
mean by the
fear.
milk carton kids?
So kids that are abducted, like, I mean, there's a lot of fear right now for, like, child sex trafficking and all. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it's kind of always out there in
Okay.
society, but like there was a point in the 80s where, like, they would put kids, missing children, on milk cartons.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay. I see the context now. Okay.
yeah, so they would, I guess the mothers would be like, oh, they would pull their kids closer at
Mm.
a fear of losing
So
them,
there's sort of
right?
like a zeitgeist of you need to keep your kids close to you because
Yeah,
there's this, bogeyman of
right.
the kidnapper,
Yeah,
the guy's gonna snatch a kid away from you,
yeah,
and I guess it became so prevalent that it became a sort of like a psychological wave across America, right?
right. Yeah, yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
So it fundamentally making mothers of that particular time different from perhaps mothers of previous generations in that
Yeah,
particular sense. Yeah.
right. Yeah,
And
the
all
whole
it takes,
fear
all it
thing.
takes is one or two variables to be tweaked in order to like mess up an entire generation. And
Right.
fear is one of them. If you so driven by fear that it's debilitating. It's
That is a
you
big
know
one, Emmanuel.
yeah, that's
I still see people wearing masks.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I still
exactly.
have clients I have not seen, and I've seen their social media. They grew out their color, their hair looks like shit, but damn it, they have their mask on. I'm like, ooh, no, fear.
I haven't seen a single mask in South Africa.
Really, that's
Not one.
good. That is
Not
good.
one. It's sort of like people just so happy to finally get rid of that.
Yeah,
So like as soon as that was dropped, literally everyone stopped wearing them. The only
hmm.
person you'd see would be someone who just didn't hear the announcement because they just tune out all of the propaganda, those sorts of people. But
Yeah,
besides that, yeah, and I'm pretty sure by the end of the week, most of those people would have realized, okay, yeah, I can drop it now. So
yeah.
not a single. I haven't seen a single person wearing a mask this entire year.
Mm. Lucky.
Yeah.
I guess I live in
So,
a community where people are they don't have enough to worry about, so
yeah.
they worry about stuff like that. They're way too
Yeah.
comfortable, which I don't think is a
Yeah,
good thing
I
for
can understand
people.
that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, um, so you're making the point that people can be fear driven.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. So, I still see that as part of the lack of maturity. Um, it takes a certain level of maturity because it's not like fear is something that the it's not like courageous people don't feel fear. It's just that they develop the ability to overcome that fear and achieve regardless,
Yeah.
and that's the sort of maturity level you need to aspire to, towards it, instead of just being, held at gunpoint by your fear.
Right.
And I guess it's the same sort of people who be talking about my anxiety, and that stuff.
My
Yeah,
feelings. Yeah.
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 It's like all of a sudden, because you feeling anxious, everyone has got to like accommodate your anxiety,
Yeah. Yeah.
including your kids, your husband, your church, your co-workers, your strangers. They have to now do like bend over backwards to accommodate your anxiety. And in a normal world, what you do is say, okay, you've got two choices. If you cannot control this, your anxiety, we're going to put you in a straitjacket and
Mhm.
in the loony bin. If
Yeah.
not that, then you need to find a way to work it out. But you can't expect society to
Coddle you.
to coddle you.
Yeah. Well, but people in society, there's a lot of people that are more than happy to fucking do it. And
Yeah,
that's
because
kind of an area
obviously
that,
that comes back to the brownie points they get for doing so.
yeah,
There's an incentive
yeah,
that also needs to be taken away. And
yes,
what's nice about incentive structures is that they're fairly malleable. They're quite malleable. And even when you may think not, you'd be surprised. All it takes is a few, nicely, you know, um, structured policies, laws, um, and just over and above that, social norms, making
yeah,
certain things socially abhorrent. Like that's one of the things I hate about social liberalism. I mean, it's part and parcel of their outlook, their view on life. What what is abhorrent in the socially liberal view? Not much. You know,
men
there's one.
telling women no.
Okay, okay, yes. I'll say in the no. I'll actually give that to the feminists, right?
Yeah,
Instead of the social liberals. I think the problem with social liberals is that is this phrase that especially Americans like to use of and I've heard a lot of conservatives using it. If if what's the phrase? It's something along the lines of if it doesn't harm anyone else, then they should be free to do as they please, right? Which in
mm,
particular context can be fairly noble. It's a thing of I'm trying to give you as much space as possible to live your own life. You
yeah,
know, but what happens if that very thing can be used by corrupt agents? People who see it as an opportunity to
mhm.
to essentially live hedonistic lives, debauchery, and all sorts of things. Like, at what point do we as a society say, okay, no, this this needs to be censored. This needs to be put away, out of sight, certainly of kids and of the general,
Right,
culture.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
like like that's the urge that was brought, like that, was evoked in me when I first heard about the slut walk, you know, and
Right.
I was like, how is that a thing? You know, and I consider myself fairly liberal. I mean, at some point, I consider myself a libertarian, you know, but there are certain things that you need to ask yourself, like, what would it be like if everyone was behaving like this?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
If everyone were a slut, if everyone were, a druggie, a pothead or whatever, So I don't know, man. I I I I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's this? This contriver?
It is Contriver. I think he came up to say hi to you.
My brother from another mother. How are you?
Yes, I'm alive. I'm
Still
alive. How
alive?
are you?
Still alive?
I'm alive.
Right.
Still alive, brother. I'm still
Yeah, Contriver
still
came
alive,
up to
brother.
leave me. Take a potty.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, I have an answer. I have
Contriver.
an answer for that when I return.
Okay.
Well, I
Contriver,
have an
how's it
answer
going?
for I have an
Okay, yeah,
answer for good mother. She said
yeah.
that men start to say to women, no, they can't say that. The reason being because of
Mm-hmm.
biology. You, if I'm going to screw something, I'm just going to take care of it so much so that
Yeah,
I'm going to screw it tomorrow as well. And I'm not going
yeah.
to harm it, just like a showpiece or a. Let us just take as example of a fleshlight. Women are
Mm-hmm.
like a natural fleshlight, human fleshlight. So I'm going to take care of women in the context as much as a man takes care. He lubricates all the hole and everything, the birth canal or whatever. He does each and
Mm-hmm.
everything so that he would be able to screw it tomorrow. Now, if it is in
Yes.
some sort of a freezing condition or somewhere where the flashlight is not okay, then what is he going to screw tomorrow? So he tries to take care of it. He builds a nice little, shall we say, shelf or a room in itself for the sex doll or the sex toy. That is literally women are. They are just a talking vagina and they want more and more. And since the testosterone in a male's body has not gone down significantly enough to
Mm-hmm.
not hear to their whims and fancies and cater to them on top of it, it is going to continue. That is life. What I'm saying is
Okay.
yeah, that is the
Uh,
thing.
I, I have a response because we sort of touched on this sort of topic earlier, and I was saying that men weren't always like that, right? So you had in society had you usually had a virtue that would balance, be the counterweight to that natural urge that you speak of, right? So say a man does his economic calculus in his head, says, okay, I've invested so much time in trying to court this woman. I finally caught this. She finally said yes. Now it seems you've got something going now. Um, I am too scared to say no even though perhaps I should, right? There'd be a counter weight of, say, honor or shame or or what what's this other virtue? I'm forgetting the other virtue that I listed. But you had other virtues. I would say, even though you may feel you've got the sunk, what we call a sunk cost, right? You feel like you've invested so much, I just cannot risk losing that investment. That underlying virtue, that the virtue that's held by the entire nation of truth or honor, would say to you, no, look, what about the cost of not saying no? And look, how about you look at that? And how about this? You look at the impact that would have throughout society. Are you going to subject your fellow man to an unruly woman just because you're too scared to say no, right?
Can I say something on this very point?
Uh huh.
That is how, I mean, history takes precedence everywhere, and that is how the Roman Empire fell. So the men actually didn't want to say no to a woman. They let the bloody empire get destroyed.
Yeah.
They didn't care about anything else than mollycoddling vaginas. And that is going to be the case. Such is the curse of the canine. Such is biology. And
So
good
okay.
mother was saying something.
Yeah. Good mother. I don't know if you wanna. You said you had an answer.
Yeah, but after.
Okay. I was just gonna say, contriver. So what you're implying is that the viscous innards, as what's his name would say, mediocre tutorials would say, um, the you're saying that even like overrides virtues such as truth, such as honor, such as, well, over time, perhaps not in the immediate, case, but certainly over say 200 years, 500 years, biology, trumps all of that. Eventually you'll get to a point where societies have men who are unable slash refuse to say no to women because for them the cost of doing so is just too high, and there's not much benefit from in their mind to correcting an unruly woman, or just women as a whole.
Women as a whole, because first
Yeah,
of all, you have to bring your legacy into the world through their wombs. And if you
yeah.
are going to be, heavy, high-handed or heavy-handed with them, if you are going to behave in a heavy-handed manner, they are going to cry rape. And that is the ultimate kryptonite for a superman called a man. You just have to utter the four-letter word and see the consequences for his own psyche and psychological changes and turmoils that he goes through. Because the rest of his life, he is going to prove to himself and to the rest of the world that he is not a rapist.
Mm.
I mean, even
Is
though
that
Animal Kingdom doesn't have anything called consent.
okay? I'm going to take you back to your own example of the Roman Empire. Would you say that Roman men were in fear of being accused of rape? Because I'm just
No,
trying to compare the two and understand
majority,
why
yeah,
men
yeah.
fail. Yeah.
Okay, men fail because MGTOW happened. In that day and age as well, they didn't call it MGTOW or something, but it
Mm-hmm.
was surely a men having a realization en masse, those who could fight for the Roman legions, that what am I fighting for? A Roman Empire whore? And that is not what I am trying to say. Beat my daughter, beat my wife, beat my mother, or beat my sister. To hell with all of this. And they had a complete deracination from their culture and traditions and religion and everything. They destroyed their own swords and shields and spears, their own
Mm-hmm.
weaponry,
Uh-huh.
and they walked away.
So okay,
So
wait.
when
I see.
so when the barbarians, that is the Germanic pagans, the Goths of the world were at their gates,
Hmm.
they didn't put up a fight. Why they didn't put up a fight? Because they didn't had the strength, the numbers. Why they didn't had the numbers? Because of disincentivization of the erstwhile Roman Empire to discredit, negate, castigate, and emasculate their masculine inherent biological imperative. That's why. A
Okay.
man can't. Ultimately, it boils down to authority and responsibility. If you could have all the responsibility on the world to do the heavy lifting for a man-hating society, and you don't have any sort of authority over them, then you don't have any responsibility as well. And when men realize this, they take a they are quite astounded by the fact, first of all. Then they do some sort of self introspection and leave from the scenario, generally.
Okay. So you're saying originally things were working, then at some point, whether it was decadence, just politicians, just feasting on their riches or whatever. But eventually, it got to the point where men were disillusioned with the whole Roman Empire, right? My question just at that point is, if men become disillusioned and they feel like their masculinity and all that is not being fulfilled or respected, isn't that more of a reason to say no to unruly women? It's like
It is.
I'm not even,
It
yeah.
is.
So like I would
Yeah.
expect
The
a
logical
MGTOW
thing.
person to be more willing to say no to a woman than
It
say
is
a
not
blue
even
pilled
about
man, right?
MGTOW. It is not even about MGTOW. It is the logical thing to say no. But when you have created an ecosystem where a man's word would be taken as the word of the morning star, Satan, Lucifer, whatever, or the
Mm,
anti god or something,
mm.
then he is going to be declared as a pariah of the entire ecosystem. That is his own inherent cultural, civilizational environment that he was raised in. And if you would constantly keep telling him that there is something wrong with him, there is something wrong with his biology, there is something wrong with his, shall we say, uh, masculinity in general, then this is going to happen. It is inevitable. It is just that we used to be on a slippery slope, now we are on a cliff edge, and everyone could see what is deep in the ravine. So that is why they are all getting their knickers in a twist.
I'm going to bring this back to present day, right? So you have, I think it's fair to say you have a lot of men who are disillusioned with politics, the workplace, universities, practically life in general. That can be evidenced in, I guess, by many things: suicide rate for men, all sorts
Drug
of
and
things,
alcohol
right?
abuse.
Yeah. So the lack of enrollment in universities, all sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Um, lack of girlfriends or even wanting to have a girlfriend or even sleep with them, even if it's not like a long-term commitment. You're not even interested in sleeping with them as much anymore. So I can see that, right? Um, so I'm trying to draw the analog, like a comparison with the Roman Empire, as said, right? Um,
Well, here is the
why?
thing. Aristotle, pardon for interjecting. Here is the thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Aristotle said, masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny. There ends the matter.
yeah. I've heard of that as well. So yeah, that's kind of because from what you're saying, you mentioned that you need to have men say no. That's what keeps that. That's what upholds a republic. You know, that's what upholds order.
Hmm.
You need to have men saying no. That's not how we're going to do it. No, that's not fair. No, equity does not is not the meritocratic way of doing things,
Right.
which means it's inefficient, which means it's suboptimal,
Yes.
right? Which means we could be doing something much better for everyone. That would result in everyone
That is,
having a better outcome, right?
Hmm.
you
So you need
couldn't
to
have,
have men say no.
I couldn't
Yeah.
have summed it really well just like you, brother. But here is the thing, history tells otherwise. Men don't do the right thing. Why? Because they have some sort of a mental block when it comes to women. That's the
Okay.
reality,
I'm going to raise
generally.
you. I'm going to raise you. I see your point. I'm going to raise you a red pill now. So that's part of the purpose of the red pill, right? Is that it's supposed to be awakening people to the reality of things. Of hopefully with this greater information, they should be better armed to say no. You know, I would expect blue pilled people, say for example, to be more willing to say, to indulge all these women's, um, uh, impulses, their whims, their but a red pill person should be able to say, okay, no, I'm more aware of the consequences of these things. And never mind just red pill, just general education about facts, about reality, you know? Um, that should instill in you a certain sense of responsibility because you are now aware of the consequences of saying yes to this nonsense now. You would expect that people who are more properly and well educated, I'm not talking about the stuff that happens at American universities, I'm talking about serious education of yesteryear, where people would be competent once they come out of university, competent once they come out of apprenticeship, and understand that certain choices have certain outcome lead to certain outcomes, and therefore you should be held responsible, and you should feel a sense of duty to say no to
Hmm.
to 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 chaos, the overbearing mother, to the nagging Karen, so to speak,
Hmm.
you know, all of these different caricatures of women essentially being allowed to go out of control. You
Yes.
should be the man who steps up and says, "Nah, we are not doing that." Right?
Yes, and there is a way to unlearn this as well, because
Yeah, that's what I'm basically trying to say.
yeah, there is a it is a tedious way. It is not all you know, flower of beds or something, rainbow and sunshine. But I would say this is the crux, that how would you be able to, men actually have to be able to break that sort of glass ceiling or that sort of mental block, that they have to speak their minds, because they are led straight to the abattoir and their head would be the next on the chopping block if they don't say now. Some people have started, but ultimately it all boils down to something else. Anyways, I actually gave some of the videos in the private chat to good mother. Would you be able to play it? The
Perhaps later. I would like to continue my discussion with Emmanuel. I,
Okay,
I
surely.
only have him for a limited time, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
surely, surely, surely.
Yeah. I have a question because
Hmm.
okay, we accept that let's say we accept the Roman Empire fell, and it fell because of the fact that men lost the ability to say no to women, right? And they became disaffected. They you know they lost interest, so to speak, in upholding the empire, right? But then we also are aware of the fact that less than 100 years ago, things were significantly better than what they are today in terms of order, in terms of having women in check and men in check, right?
Hmm.
And if we can accept that, that would imply that something happened between the fall of Rome and 100 years ago that made men responsible again, that made men and not just responsible, but also have the authority to say no and be incentivized to say no, right? Now, my
Hmm.
question is, what was that thing that happened, and why can that not be repeated without the fall of the West?
Right.
Because that's what we need to harness. We need to get hold of that thing and try to incorporate it into what we have, the situation we're in now, without having the West. Because what we were saying earlier, Gamada, about how they sort of need to face the consequences. If you
Yeah.
if you go if you stretch that chain of logic to its end, you ultimately need to concede that perhaps even the West needs to fall in order for there to be that
Right.
ultimate consequence
Right.
that would reset things. And
Yeah.
I don't think any of us want to see the West, collapse. So
But
is there any way
it
to,
might be necessary. I mean,
yeah,
I mean, the only way I can see there is a way to like stop it is for people to actually say no. For men in our society to be like, nope, sorry, your crazy bitchery is no longer welcome in this space where we're trying to produce stuff. Also, women have to get on board too. Like, women need to be able to check other women in society, and it doesn't really take that much. But I don't know if we have fully felt the consequences of not doing so yet.
yeah. In a sense, one could say that there's no way to go back in time. There's no way
Right,
to become anti woke. All you can be is post woke,
right,
so to speak. Like all you can be is we were previously non woke, then we became woke, and then after that, the only option after that is literally after woke, which is post woke. You can't go back to before being woke because woke has happened. It's here. We see it now. It's
yeah,
in our consciousness, our collective consciousness. So we need to map out a way forward past the woke era. And I'm not so sure that going back to the Enlightenment and all of that is wise, or perhaps certainly not without some sort of insight, because it's the very same Enlightenment that brought us the wokeness, right?
right,
So you need to have whatever you do post work would need to be. It would not be the Enlightenment. It would be the Enlightenment. Maybe let's say best case scenario would be the Enlightenment with some amendments, like a constitutional amendment to sort of safeguard against wokeness. And safeguarding against wokeness is the same thing as safeguarding against anti-meritocratic policies. So just to bring it back to the topic of the entire stream,
yeah.
how would one go about doing that? We it's one thing to take things off. It's one thing to, but how do you shift the mindset of people as a whole without necessarily having to suffer? Is
Mm.
it a is it am I asking for a miracle?
I mean, it sounds like you're asking for a miracle. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as like, how do we give these people this job when they haven't really earned it? I don't know if you've earned that mindset and unless you've suffered. And I think that we have enough people in our society that is keeping other people from suffering that they're retarding that development.
Yeah. Now, there's something the point that Contrive was making about men not being able to say no, right?
Yeah.
Um, in my, you know, head, like my ultimate version of, let's say, my dream version of me in the future.
Yeah.
Let's say if I were to say I feel I've self-actualized as a man.
Right.
If I could put it in a sentence, it would be the ability to say no.
Yeah.
Right? It's the ability to say no to literally anything I don't want to
Yeah.
participate in. So I do. I wonder if perhaps some of the things that we're lacking, perhaps is spaces where where boys can be masculine, can have sort of like their masculinity honed.
Right.
Perhaps like military service. Perhaps in Africa we have initiation. We have men go and literally chill with, like, let me not say chill, but I mean live with other men and get essentially inducted into manhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's, women are not allowed in those spaces strictly.
Yeah.
Like, not at all. Get out. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
If you want to do, like, send your kids some food or whatever, you need to be like hundreds of meters away,
Hmm.
let's say a mile or something away, before, and then another man needs to go approach you, fetch that stuff, and then take it to your son.
Hmm.
You'll see him when it's time for him to leave initiation school. I'm talking on that level. Like our
Yeah.
ancestors clearly recognize that you need to bring these men into manhood. It needs to be a formal process, and it needs to be in a vacuum, in like a vacuum that is purely filled with masculinity and has absolutely no femininity in it.
Right.
In order to have this, it's sort of like you need to have like a sterile environment, so to speak.
Yeah. You're crazy bitch
Yeah,
free and smother
yeah,
mother free.
exactly. Right, and that gives you that, I guess, allows the men to have a sense of, oh yeah, that's what pure masculinity is like.
Yeah.
And even though I enjoy having this woman around, obviously she's my wife, or she's my girlfriend or whatever, or she's my daughter, or she's my sister or whatever, that pure masculinity environment reminds me that, oh yeah, these are the hard laws of the jungle, and I can't afford to indulge this woman to the point of self-destruction, you know.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and I think the West lacks that sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
When in a boy's
Yes.
life does he have a pure masculine environment from the ages of, say, 0 up to their first job after university?
They
I don't
don't
think they have a single,
anymore.
not even one.
They even had the Boy Scouts, but girls are allowed now.
Exactly.
So yeah.
So perhaps that's, I'm not saying that's the silver bullet, but perhaps that's certainly one of the major ingredients
Yeah.
to tackling this issue, is that you need to have male spaces. And not just spaces, like institutions, uh, 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 um, culture, like the whole, that is deliberately and unapologetically, uh, 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 that basically excludes women, as, like, I mean, everyone accepts that, the women themselves accept that we are not allowed there,
Hmm.
right? And I don't think we have that anymore. The last thing we had was the army, I guess, in the West.
Mm. Yeah, the
It's
military
that, and then and
served.
then and then perhaps sport. You think of like basketball players, you think of football players, etc., etc. That's like, those are maybe the last two truly male environments you can think of.
Yeah.
Because women certainly have their own spaces,
Oh yeah,
you
tons of
know.
them.
Yeah, and to the point, and
And they're not even happy with
healthy.
that. They still want to invade men's spaces. Like,
You see,
That is why they try so much to invade the last bastion of masculinity, that is MMA or some sort of combat sports,
yeah,
kickboxing, Muay Thai,
yeah,
or Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, or call it what you will, sparring, wrestling.
mm,
And women, I don't know whether they would be successful in invading. I mean, they would be successful in invading those spaces, but till masculinity has not died out fully, they would make a fool out of themselves over there as well, and destroy that very space for men, so that the avid watchers, just like you must have been fan of Undertaker and Kane, I was a fan of Goldberg back in the day,
yeah, yeah,
during
yeah,
the
yeah.
at- attitude era of Hollywood, Hogan and others. So
Mm,
those days of wrestling and everything is what we cherish. Nowadays, we don't watch wrestling. Why is that? Because it has become too soft. No, no
yeah,
blood is being spilled, no tables are being broken, no ladders are being, thrown, where someone like Bret Hart's brother is going to die. Uh,
yeah.
and,
It's become more of a soapy than a thriller.
it has become much more of a soap opera, and
Yeah,
men don't like daily soap operas. So what they do, they switched and transitioned to UFC, uh,
yeah,
Bellator, call it what you will, one fighting championship. Now they are bringing in more and more diversity in fighting as well. When that happens, I think it would be a blessing in disguise that some dude would be able to kick a or punch a woman. And if that happens, then I think at that point the total masculinity would be negligible at that point, and totally it would be on the last embers of literal masculinity. And at that point, even then, if you would even like to do something, it would be too little too late. It is just that,
Yeah.
look, Majorian was the Roman, or shall we say, the prince who, these Saladin actually captured Bosnia, declared Sarajevo as the title. Ultimately, he was stopped at the gates of Vienna. That is not going to happen anymore because the side of Saladin has been busy sharpening his sword while we have been caring too much about pronouns. And this is what is the problem, that the people whom we think are the enemies are not our real enemies. I understood it much, much later because everyone is ready to throw men under the bus,
Yeah,
left,
even
right,
men,
center,
even
e-
other men.
even other men.
Yeah.
And that is
Uh,
why I don't think that getting some sort of a helping hand amidst all of this uh, anarchy that is going on, a man would get any. And if he would be lucky enough to get it, it would not be long lasting enough because there would be some sort of a Faustian bargain. I highly doubt that a man is going to help another man out of his own altruistic mindset. That doesn't happen. There are no free lunches in the world. We all know
yeah,
that.
Milton Friedman. Uh, the I just wanted to touch on a point I made earlier of exclusively male spaces and how we have like men being essentially inducted into manhood, young boys, right? We have the same for women as well, by the way. And not all the cultures aside. I know my culture does. I know the vendor culture. I think it's. I know for sure, definitely two do, right? And when that happens, you don't have a situation where the women say, "No, we want to go and see what the guys are doing, or we want to join the guys' version of this thing." That is like to even. I've never even heard someone suggest that idea, right? It's just, and you'd never have the men saying, "Oh, we want to go to the women's thing and see what they're doing, what that's all about." It's exclusively, and to the
Right.
point where if what's talked about, sort of like the Fight Club, what happens there, what you guys talk about there, you don't share it with other people. You don't share it with people who've not been there. You don't share it with women, whether they've been through their process or not. Regardless of that, they don't get to, you know. Uh, 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 be part of what we're doing. This is exclusively for men,
Hmm.
right? And I think, I think the West needs that. I think you need that. I think for the sake of sanity, you need to have a safe space for masculinity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I mean that's how else do you put it? But
yeah.
the safe
I,
spaces can understand.
once you have men who are actual men, right?
Yeah.
You at least have the manpower, pardon the pun, to tackle this uh, 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 this issue of smother mothers of lack of meritocracy of all these things that we've touched on today is that
Yeah.
you actually have like an army. You'll have war ready, men who are ready to tackle this thing. Right now, we still we want to fight a war with essentially, inactive, morbidly obese on on modernity, men, we can't fight a war with these sorts of people.
Yeah. Well, but kind of the downside to the masculinity is they're really easy to persuade to fucking fight each other. Like they don't need a lot of encouragement to do so. Like,
Oh,
You,
just
you, yeah,
they
that's
get a whiff of it and it's on.
yeah. And
So I think
and people, hold on, contriver, people that want to keep
mm,
them busy on other bullshit, they know that.
exactly. But good mother, a
Yeah.
thought just struck me right now when my brother was talking about that we have to have some male safe space for masculinity. How about we first of all destroy all the kitty party vagina safe spaces for for females, not femininity, females with trans women, because if that happens then they would realize that their golden vagina privilege has slipped away, and they have whatever elbow space they had gained over a period of time through activism and psychological warfare, it has weaned away. So I
Yes, no.
think
I am all for that, contriver. I am all for that because I mean honestly, the feminists hate trans women or whatever, men that try to be women, more than they
yes,
hate regular men. So
I,
exactly.
that there's a
I have
lot of
one.
people that are on the same side in that fucking argument.
I have one point to push back
I
against that.
support it.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh, I think you're right. I think women would respond just as you've said. They would probably want to have their own space, exclusive space. So women's only sport, swimming,
Yeah. They
MMA,
don't
whatever
they
they
don't
want.
deserve it. They don't deserve it though.
They want that in response to the trans movement, right? But that
Yeah.
would not stop them from still wanting to enter into male spaces, because
Exactly.
that's the side of the problem that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
trans movement addresses men going into the female spaces,
Mhm.
but it doesn't address women wanting to go to the male spaces. It
Right.
won't
Well,
stop women
because
from saying, make Boy Scouts just scouts.
well
It won't
I
stop women from going. I don't
yeah.
know if I'm getting my point across correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
but
yes,
I hope you understand. Yeah.
you summed it up pretty well. You summed it up pretty well, my brother. The only point, shall we say, the point of disagreement, a polite one, by the way, a polite disagreement on that point would be that, well, first of all, don't give them something to fall back on, which is their own safe space. For females, once you destroy that, then it shall be a level playing field, just like the libertarians say. The market is going to set everything right through the Austrian school of economics of Frederick Hayek and others. So, what I'm trying to say is just destroy their safe space right now, because it is about time someone does. And when that happens, oh, you have another thing coming. You have another thing coming. They would be in such a helpless situation, helpless and hapless, that they would not be able to make head or tail of what to do. And then men could be the white knight and come forward, my lady, what's troubling you? Why are you so distraught? And then the lady would say, oh, my darling, my love, my place has been destroyed. Oh, let us go together and live in a grass hut.
Mm. I just maybe I'm being pessimistic and cynical, but I just there's this nature to women of not ever being satisfied, you know, and just like a tendency to men push the envelope in terms of exploring the boundaries for the sake of advancing,
Yeah.
life, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas women push the boundaries in order to see what will it take for me to mess this up.
Right? It's almost like that's their primary goal.
Yeah, it's like
That, that's how they
it's like
behave, right?
order. It's kind of
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
What can I do to like stick just to make things exciting again?
Yeah.
And by exciting that means chaos. Um,
Yeah.
so I'm perhaps some of the things that you suggested would work for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, but I just don't see how you'd be able to suppress that side of women. Unless you constantly have that stimulant of dangers around the corner. The fact that they
Right.
need to be aware that
Yeah.
as soon as I try to do the whole let me try introduce chaos thing, there will be immediate and severe consequences,
Yes. 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 No, I
right?
think that's how. But
And if
those consequences are social. It's like
yeah, yeah, that's what I mean.
how do you get everybody on the same page to where you're like, okay, tell these bitches no. Like you can't just say no. Sometimes you have to like fire them. Sometimes you have to like take this away. Like there's so many ways of telling these people no. And but everybody has to be on the same page
There,
and
there,
doing it.
yes, there are only three sort of situations in which you could say no to a woman. First of all, if there is a pandemic or some sort of a natural calamity, like an earthquake or some 2012 sort of scenario. Number two
Hmm.
is a world war because men are too busy fighting each other and saving women, so they get saved at, eventually, and they understand what is the cost of being a man without giving a hoot about it. The third is when all your money dries up. Look at what happened in Venezuela before this character Maduro came into the picture. There were
Yeah.
slut walks and gay pride parades happening in Venezuela, which is the third largest producer and exporter of oil after Saudi Arabia and Russia.
Was this at their peak?
Yes, this was around 2000s.
Mm.
Now, women are back to doing what they do best. That is one of the world's oldest profession for women. And despite oil, despite opulence, which is in the hands of the few, the bourgeoisie proletariats like Maduro and his acolytes, they are the head honcho who are the helm of affairs and who decide redistribution of income and wealth and resources and to whom and who much and how much. Now, in this sort of scenario, do you think that it would be advisable for a woman to still organize slut walks and gay pride parades? No, because there is no food to eat. You could only have a gay pride parade or a slut walk when you have food to eat or
Right.
with some beer to drink on the sidelines because
But
it's too rich of a problem.
okay. So okay, there's something you're touching on of success and having uh, uh, um, a lack of scarcity when it comes to resources. It tends to lead towards the destruction of society.
Mm.
Is there no way for you to keep like I mean, surely there's I would hope that there's a way for you to be successful and um, keep that natural decay from coming because there's that statistic of like trust fund kids tend to lose like their
Well,
the money that they've inherited very quickly,
that
and I suppose
yeah,
that sort of logic applies across on the country level as well. If you inherit
yes,
a country that was wealthy, you tend to
The
lose the because I guess throughout the generations you lose the ingredients that make you capable of creating such a country, right?
Hmm.
And
the
I'm asking,
problem
isn't there any way to stave that, to stop that,
there is a problem that when a trust fund baby remains a trust fund baby for the rest of his life, and the market is tilted in his favor, so much so that when he says, then only the market is going to dictate his own terms on others as well. So the only winning, have you seen the famous 1989 picture film War Games?
No.
Okay, so there is a line in the movie. So
Mm,
basically, it was like an artificial intelligence they created for the intercontinental ballistic missiles in case of
mm-hmm.
any sort of a doomsday or Doctor Strange love sort of a scenario that happens with the erstwhile Soviet Union. And they were going through different sort of permutations and combinations, and every time the machine wins and self launches the shall we say intercontinental ballistic missiles, so the human element was gone, and the missiles were getting launched and everyone was dying. Everyone, the Soviet Union, the Americans, everyone. And ultimately, some military personnel realized that the machine is more somewhat of the problem rather than the missiles or the human element, which is in the military personnels as well, who are in charge of launching the ballistic missiles. So there is a line in the film, and it says the only winning move is not to play the game. At least that is a
Okay.
viable option
Yeah.
right now, because unless and until you have some allies on your side and you have some people on your side who would be able to echo your point of view, it is not going to happen. Not in our lifetimes, by the way.
I can see how that is appropriate for an individual, right? But obviously, as a country, you don't get to have that option of not playing the game because you literally are forced to be a player. As a country, it's you are literally the game. You're literally the game board and the player. So you don't have the option of saying America chooses not to play the game of sorting out irresponsible men and women. Because those people are literally the citizens, and without the citizens, you don't have an America. So you don't get
Right.
to play the I'm not playing this game card. So
Yeah.
um, I guess I don't know, Jim. Do you think maybe you should give like a few examples, maybe like the last two or three examples that really stuck out to you of people abandoning meritocracy and perhaps it having an impact on you personally or Americans from your point of view.
Mm.
Perhaps I could get like an idea of what it would look like to try address this on a macro level instead of
Hmm.
individually. Individually, I can understand what Contrive is saying of
Yeah.
perhaps the best move is to not play a
Right.
move. It's just to
Right.
be, sort of like go to your cabin and just,
Yeah.
wait for the apocalypse, to die out. But
Well,
yeah,
and there is such there is some. I mean, I guess that is a way of saying no. Not feeding, not applauding. I mean, at least it might not be making it worse, but it's no, maybe there has to be intervention.
yeah,
Like,
that's my point. If
I
if if
know.
you choose not to say anything,
Yeah.
then from the perspective of, say, a feminist,
Yeah.
you are
Being
a crash dummy.
complicit.
You're a cone.
Yeah.
You're a cone. You're
Yeah.
just a traffic cone. You're just something they need to walk around. You're not really
Yeah.
a challenger. You're not. There's nothing. You're stagnant.
Yeah.
You know. It's you need something more if you actually want to tackle the issue.
Right. And there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, they put in their 2 cents about it. They talk about what they're seeing, you know. And
Hmm.
I think men specifically, going back to what you were saying about Pearl, like the missing piece would be women holding each other accountable. Like
Right.
there's only so much men can do that can take that baton so far before it needs to be passed off. I mean, they can get together and do policy stuff. I mean, the way our society is right now, with women outnumbering men, they have the majority voting block, right?
Hmm.
I mean, as long as they're allowed to contribute in that way, like I think they're always going to vote in the favor of what they think women should have or what they're entitled to. So,
How,
uh, yeah.
I was just gonna ask, how do you get women to work against their natural inclinations like that? To go against their
I
the way
don't.
they're wired. How do you get them to go?
I think
Uh,
it's
uh,
the way
uh,
they're currently wired. I don't think it's a natural inclination. I think
you think you think?
I think it's a
Hey,
natural inclination to want safety and
mm-hmm,
security.
uh-huh.
And I think a lot of women that are dropped into this time, they do notice that a lot of men have a hard time maintaining that for themselves.
It, okay, here, let me just make my point, right?
Yeah.
It boggles the mind
Yeah.
how women are so into safety in the period of time on
Yeah.
Earth that they've never been safer,
Exactly. Yeah.
which is to make basically to emphasize the point that how do you get them to go back on that if the conditions are which were actually supposed to make them even more relaxed on the whole wanting safety thing
Yeah.
has actually led to the exact opposite.
Right.
It's like the more safe they are, the more they clutch at their pearls when it comes to literally everything. And it's like,
Yeah.
if anything, I would have thought you'd be, or maybe I should add an asterisk to that. The one thing where they've become way more relaxed in is probably sexual activity. That's
Right.
the one variable
Right.
where they've become really like lax, where it's just like, yeah, nah, I slept with 3 guys this weekend. Yeah, it is
Right.
what it is, you know.
Right.
But it's like, ironically, you're doing that in the time where we have like AIDS and all sorts of other crazy stuff. Yet when you have a lot of safety, that's when you want safety even more. It's difficult understanding women, man.
Yeah. No. I understand that. I think a lot of because with the internet and propaganda and fear mongering, and I think a lot of people are able to kind of manipulate the system. Like,
Uh-huh.
even though we are living in the safest time we possibly have ever enjoyed with the most luxuries, that like it's still not enough, but I think it's due to the fear mongering. Like, I don't think there's a lot of women that realize how things actually are. They just hear
Yeah.
horror stories from other women about how bad things really are for that woman. And then they kind of take on this, it's almost like their empathy gets hijacked, right? And they're
Yeah.
told these god awful stories, and then they're convinced that this one thing over there was just like rape. Like, it's weird how these university professors fucking manipulate the minds of these young women. Like, it's pretty
Have you
disgusting, actually.
GM, have you ever seen these, what do they call them? Tuning forks,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Where like they like that experiment where they hit them, they sort of like smack it so it vibrates, and like it
Yep.
emits a particular pitch of a sound, right? But
Mhm.
then when you get like another maybe two or whatever forks, they sort of come together and become, they synchronize.
Yes.
It's sort of like it's like that's what's happening with women in terms of their perception of danger.
Yes. Yes.
Because one person was in danger, all of a sudden we are all in danger. It's like, no,
Right.
that's not how it works.
Right.
You know, there was one person who was actually in danger. Yes, I can accept that fact.
Yeah.
We had a very recently we had like a few years ago, right? We had a few like quite a number of instances of women being killed by their boyfriends or husbands or whatever, right? It was like a thing that was coming up a lot in the news, right?
Hmm.
Then in light of that, women just started going nuts about this whole thing of what they call it femicide. You know, then it was like a
The
whole thing. Men
erasure
are
of
deliberately,
women. Yes.
yeah, the erasure of women. Men are deliberately killing women. Men hate women so much they just want to kill them, etc., etc., etc. And it's just like, have we not just like made a mountain of an anthill? Like
Yeah.
when you look at the average morgue and you walk into it, 90, if not more, percent of the people in there who have died unnaturally are men.
Yeah.
So it's like some perspective would be
Yeah.
very useful in this situation. And
You
yet,
you are forgetting the Twitter hashtag kill all men from a decade ago or so, and
no,
it
yeah, I
was,
remember
No,
that.
yeah,
Emmanuel doesn't forget that.
yeah,
It
Yeah,
came from his neck of the
it
woods.
came from my country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. So we
came from,
shouldn't forget that women openly advocate for killing all men and keeping 10% of men alive only and only for breeding purposes. Now imagine if a man would have said that ever. But even in the 60s, a political activist and a science fiction writer who goes by the name Sally Miller Gerhardt said that in the 60s itself, in the 60s or the 40s. This is what she said. These were the feminists. Sally Miller Gerhardt.
Yeah.
it's. I find it
I mean,
interesting how what you said about kill all men did not cause a mass hysteria in South African men. We were offended, we were disgusted by the hashtag, but we
yeah.
didn't see men going nuts saying, "Oh, women say kill all men. We should now lock ourselves in our rooms and be afraid because women are going to because it's not necessarily that women have to use their own physical
Right.
body their
Right.
strength to kill you. They use other means. They can poison you. They can call goons to can't do it. Yet
Yeah.
men didn't have the same hysteria that women have.
It's because
You
guess
know,
what? Men and
and what's
women are different on a hormonal and biological basis. That's why I
here's
do
what's
not hold on, Emmanuel. I do not like
hmm
I don't like women pilots. I don't like the idea of a woman pilot. Something
yeah.
in me when I get on a plane and see a woman, I'm like checking for like if the other make sure the other one's a dude. Because in an emergency situation, I would trust a man's reaction to that over a woman's just because of biology like,
Yeah.
and hormones. Like,
And you see what added to that, right? To this
yeah,
whole, I think it was mass hysteria,
yeah,
um, is the media. And then you
yeah,
had like companies who would now start virtue signaling, putting let's end gender-based violence, etc., on there. They like it'd be like a whole campaign. Just think of it like companies putting the black square on Instagram. It's
right.
like that sort of thing. Yeah. So then it became a thing of, well, even the companies are recognizing that's a real thing. So it is a real thing. So it's like they confirmed the mass hysteria, from the perspective of women. If the companies are saying, if I look at the TV and they're also saying it, then that means
Mhm.
it's real. It's like,
Yeah,
but no, what about the numbers? What about the statistics we get from the police? I mean, from the morgues, these are the guys who actually see the dead bodies. And
yeah,
pointing to the fact that the vast majority of people who are killed in South Africa are men
Mhm.
by far,
Yeah.
multiple fold. So it's even the whole COVID thing. Um,
Mm.
that was also mass hysteria, and
Oh
then
yeah.
just like COVID, in fact, exactly like COVID, then you started having companies also doing the whole thing of you need to wear a mask, wash your
Mhm.
hands, etc., etc.
Mhm.
So that made it real. That confirmed
Yeah.
the reason for being hysterical for the sorts of people who would be hysterical.
Because women in positions of power and influence made that happen. Like it's the woman's hysteria that got passed on by to everybody. Like still today, the most of the people that I see wearing the mask, the majority of them are women. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
there are some young, dudes, but these are the same
Mm.
kind of dudes that fucking wear makeup and mm, I mean, I saw this comedy special. It's on HBO. I don't know the dude. I forgot the dude's name. His last name's
Matt
Reich,
Rife.
though.
Matt
No,
Rife.
no, no, no. Matt Rife is a good based young dude. This other
Oh, I
dude,
think. Yeah.
no, no. I think his last name's Reich. He's
Right.
speaking from the queer community, right? He has. I mean, he looks kind of the same age is
Yeah.
rife, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and if you took the fucking makeup off and the tight clothes, the whorish look or whatever, he'd be an
Yeah.
attractive man. And this whole
I
time,
wouldn't know.
I'm listening to his fucking comedy. I listened to halfway through it to see if
Uh
I
huh.
could, if anything was funny or if I could learn anything. Didn't laugh
Yeah.
once. Heard a lot of feminist puppetry. He brought up the erasure of women. He brought up the patriarchy. He brought up his
Oh
sexual
yeah.
experiences with his friend when he was like 11 or 12. Like, I mean, he brought up the fact that he doesn't fucking give a shit about life. Like, like he signaled a lot in that comedy that it made me sad for him that feminism has ruined this young man. But at the same time, I'm like, this shit is not okay.
I mean, if you want to look at some of the romantic comedies which are romanticized highly, there is
Yeah.
a movie of Cameron Diaz called The Other Woman, in which she deliberately gives estrogen to her husband in his protein shake, in which she deliberately gives him some cream where he goes bald or something, and she takes up her job. His car is being towed at the end credit scene, and she becomes the boss of the company with the partner who fires him because of infidelity and everything, because she pre-plans all of this. Now imagine if a man would have done that and made a satirical comedy, a
Mm,
romantic comedy about it,
right.
giving
The
a
male version
woman
would.
giving a woman some sort of testosterone or something, where she grows a
No,
menopausal mustache or something.
I disagree. In the male version wouldn't be that
Yes.
because it would probably be the male version would probably be a lot more violent. Because for women, it's all about looks. It's all about shaming you. It's all about embarrassing you. Whereas for
Oh
men, it's all
no,
about like
no.
eliminating you.
I
Yeah, but
disagree.
I get your point.
I
Okay.
I I disagree for the mere fact that who is the good mother? Who is the feminist who chop off her husband's genitals and throw it in the dustbin? Who is still being revered and given a standing ovation of on Harvey's TV? Laura or Lauren or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Lorena
Uh,
Bobbitt.
uh, uh,
Lorena Bobbitt. Yes. So if that
yeah.
is the case, that is the case where women are chopping off their husband's genitals since the 70s, and they still get standing ovation by the rest of the society, including other men.
Right. Back to
So it is not very,
society
yeah.
saying no. I mean, saying nothing is better than applauding for sure.
Yeah,
But saying nothing
yeah,
is still not good.
yeah.
It's
It's
not
still
saying
not good
no.
enough. It's like not voting.
Uh,
It's like not voting. It's better than voting for the other side, but it's still not good enough. You know. So it is. Like I can understand why people can, come to the decision to not vote. Right? That makes perfect sense. I'm just saying the
yeah.
net effect is that suppose if you find, let's say in the American context, suppose if you find neither party attractive,
Hmm.
you don't want to vote for Republicans for whatever reason, you don't want to vote for Democrats for whatever reason, but you can be sure, you can rest assured that of the fact that if you don't vote, you have no influence on which way the thing is going to swing, right? And if
Hmm.
and suppose something comes up in your life that makes you feel like, man, I should have voted for the Democrats because on this particular issue, um, I actually agreed with them and I didn't vote for them, right? And it turns out, you have the Republicans doing what you wouldn't want them to do, or vice versa, you know. So in that sense, choosing not to do anything is a move, but it's a neutral move, so it has no impact. It has the only impact it has is that I didn't have an impact. Do you get what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the absence of impact. That's its impact, so to speak. Yeah, so it's not like if you're on the losing side, the last thing you want to come across is to turn to a person, ask for help, and them say, "I'm not doing anything." You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
I don't
one of the
know.
best arguments I've heard so far about voting. I've had a lot of
So
women try to tell me I should vote over the years. Like, I'm not doing it.
yeah, I've been one of these people who doesn't want to vote. In my country, I don't have a party that I particularly like, not one,
Yeah.
right? And my the reason I've voted is because of the fact that I think the net effect of not voting is basically saying I'm good with either way, and I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
So because I'm not, I have to pick, best, of multiple evils.
Yeah.
So I just look at it that way. I'm certainly not good with any party, so I may as well vote for one, so I can get that sense of at least I try to get these certain issues to be fixed in the way that I would like to see them fixed.
Mm.
That's my only thing. Yeah, but I understand why people wouldn't want to vote because I've been there myself. Where I'm like, not going to vote. I know there's been one or two elections where I didn't vote. So, yeah.
Well, I don't think women should vote, so.
Yeah, there's that whole thing as well.
Yeah.
I mean just to bring it back to the topic of meritocracy. That
Mhm.
would be a big way to fix that
Oh, yeah.
if it were possible. That would be that would be
Yeah.
massive.
Yeah.
That would be massive, and it shouldn't stop at women. It should include men who don't pay taxes, who don't have children, who don't contribute to society in any meaningful way, who just leech off of society. Those people shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Yeah.
They shouldn't. Like I remember listening to, I think I was watching the Whatever podcast with Andrew Wilson on,
Hmm.
and the one lady was making that talking point of um, men who date younger women are, creepy, predatory. The women don't know, you're manipulating the women because they
Pedophile.
don't have much life experience. That whole essentially pedophile, yeah.
Pedophiles.
Yeah.
And basically, Andrew Wilson responded with, "Okay, suppose we accept your point of view. why should that woman's vote count the same as mine? Seeing that I'm, say, I can't remember how old he said he was, 40s or going towards 50. I can't remember how old he said he was. Um, Suppose that you're a 40-year-old man, sorry, and you are going for 20-year-old women, right? And you say 20-year-old women are so immature, don't have any sort of experience in life, then why should their vote count? Why should it even be like counted at all?
Right. Right.
And then the woman is sort of like stuck between like, oh man, I have this liberal bias of wanting to lower the voting age so I can get as many young dumb people to vote for me, versus
Right.
me saying that while they are young and dumb, which means that they shouldn't be dating older men. So it's like there's that contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think repealing the 19th would certainly get rid of a lot of that.
Oh
Um,
yes.
get rid of these men who also leech off of the system. There are plenty of those. I don't think that gets addressed enough. Um, because when men leech off of the system, it's uh, maybe this might sound a bit misogynistic, but hear me out. When men leech off of the system, it's sort of a double whammy, because it's like you're not only losing a person who you not only have a person who's leeching off of the system, but you're also losing a person who would have been a provider, a head of a household.
Mm-hmm.
You see, whereas with women, I sort of don't take it as much of, I don't see it as a double whammy, because it's like it's either they're being provided for by the state or by the man. Either way, they're being provided for by a man at some point. The man's paying the taxes, so they eventually get to the woman in one, either via the state or directly. Whereas with men who leech off of the state, it's like, if you were not leeching off of the state, I wouldn't be paying for you.
Right.
Yeah,
See,
it's sort of like, yeah,
but I
it's a
mean,
bigger hit for me.
I don't see that as misogynistic. That's just basic
No,
math.
they see us
It's
misogynistic
math.
because that it'd be seen as misogynistic because I'm implying that women don't contribute to society as much as men do, which is a
Not in
fact.
the
But I
same
mean,
way. A lot of the way women contribute to society these days sucks. Like,
yeah,
I mean, the
yeah,
best way to contribute to society as a woman is produce really awesome children. And
yeah.
a lot of women are fucking failing at that. The women that are
Not
having children are failing at
failing,
that.
and then the ones who are not are just refusing.
Yes. Like,
It's just like, man,
no, they're failing at contributing to society in a way that actually I don't know
that
how
only
else to
they
put
can.
it.
That only they can.
Right, right. That
But I mean, I
actually
can't give birth to
matters.
children. I can't give
Right?
birth to children.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty sure if I had children, I wouldn't be able to do the nurturing role as well as women do.
Yeah.
Like, I have the equipment, but I don't have the natural software.
Yeah.
You know. Um, yeah. So it's like in the one area where you guys like have the natural advantage,
Right.
you've convinced yourselves or been convinced. Yeah, convinced yourselves. I think that's better. You've convinced yourselves that, yeah, no, let me not compete with what I'm good at. Let me try compete
Right.
against the guys who are good at that, like compete in their realm, like in what
Right.
they're good at.
Right.
It's
Isn't it stupid? Like, how retarded
it's
do you have to be
insane.
to expect that to work long term? Like,
It's insane. It's like being an African country that like maybe produces cattle, or let me say produces coffee, and wanting to go and compete with people who produce semiconductors. It's like,
yeah,
how?
yeah, right, right.
Like, do what you're good at.
Yeah. Well, see that's another thing I've been thinking about because okay, you said it, convince themselves. I would take it a step further and say they convince each other. Like
Yeah.
like they need that validation from another woman. Like somewhere along the lines this crazy bitch was lied to by many women, right?
Mm.
So it's like I think I think a lot of them try to convince them that they can be good at and do whatever they want. And then, they have people that applaud them for doing mediocre to subpar work, like the participation trophy bullshit.
Yeah.
They're literally getting their ego stroked for not. Yeah, I think it's another area of stealing the credit. Like, you can't take, and this is what they do. They try to steal the credit of a small number of like hyper productive and competent women that could, safely be in an area without fucking it up. They steal the credit of them and wave it around like they earned it. Because
Yes.
they,
You know
Yeah.
which other group does that?
Black people.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Well, no. It's every group. No, Emmanuel, it's every group that is based on like an
Victimhood.
inalienable trait. But even the sexual fucking preference. I mean, because gay and lesbians do it too. But I see
It's
more
the victimhood
lesbians
complex.
doing it. I see more lesbians doing it than gay men.
Yeah,
So I think it goes.
it's about people who see themselves as victims, and that whole thing it's huge in the Black community.
Yeah.
It's huge among lesbians. I think that is a function of the fact that they're women.
Exactly.
And then
That's what I was going to
it's
say.
huge with women. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be because I mean it's bred from women. Like the majority of the people I see doing that is women. Now
Yeah,
they
and I
will
think
take like Black women will take credit, for being a Black woman, but these are things that they have no control over. These are being proud for the way you were born, right?
yeah,
Not
yeah,
that it actually means anything,
yeah.
but it's weird. Yeah, I think
It's a cope. It's a cope for people who haven't achieved anything outside of that.
right.
So you haven't achieved anything yourself, so you take credit from other people. You
Right.
haven't achieved anything yourself, so you take credit for things that you're literally born with.
Yeah. Which
Yeah, so
doesn't
it's
make
it's
it
like
special at all.
it's like a crutch for people who have really terrible work ethic.
Yes.
You know, if for normal people who have like work ethic, only being able to rely on the achievements of other people who look like you
Right.
would disgust you.
Right.
It would make you feel like, oh man, this is only highlighting exactly how whack I am,
Right. How
how much of a loser I am, and I
inferior
need
I
to,
am to this
yeah, I
person
need to
that,
fix that.
yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
other people return, like they see this. It's not like they don't see the same inferiority. They see it, but
Yeah.
then they see it as a reason to claim from those who have succeeded,
Yes.
as a as proof of their victimhood.
Right.
You see, so that's the difference. And I think for most men, I speak for most men, victimhood. Once you see yourself as a victim, your natural response is to fix that so that you're no longer a victim.
Right.
Right. Whereas for most women, the idea is now I need to complain about
To
being
be an
a victim.
eternal victim so that the
Yeah,
vagina monologue could go on for ages.
yeah. So
Yeah.
the thing about the Black community is that then you have the women influencing, like we were touching on earlier, GM, about the hold on culture.
Yes.
If you have the vast majority of households being, or let me say the vast majority of children
Mm-hmm.
being born to single mothers
Yep.
who are not just single mothers but bitter single mothers.
All
You
right.
know, that
Racist
that's a
and
factor.
sexist. Racist and
Yeah, that's a
sexist
factor.
single mothers. Yes.
Yeah. It then you start to have like an entire generation of kids, both male and female, who have that victimhood thing,
Yes.
baked into their psyche.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And then you end up
When
like
you
that one woman that, got her baby decapitated by the OBGYN because it was a black woman. You know how many black women are like will not see a medical professional unless they look like them?
really,
Yes.
that
Yes.
is scary. The fact that you're willing to
Yes.
put your child's life at risk
Yes.
just to uphold the political agenda.
Yes.
That is insane.
Well,
Like
but
how disconnected do you have to be from being a mother for you to allow
right?
politics to override
Yeah.
motherhood?
Yes. Well, and that actually goes back to something me and Belly ended our last stream on. This whole people that look like you, like these people are so fucking narcissistic that they want to see
Mm.
themselves in these positions of power. Like they get something from that. And it's really weird. Like, and
There is, there is.
if you think of narcissism
Yeah,
as like an infantilization, it's an area of your development that you should never be stuck in.
yeah,
It's a part of your development that if not properly parented, you could stay in, right? Going back to
yeah.
these smother mothers that will just do anything for their children, when they should be doing for themselves out of fear. They know damn well they're crippling their children, so they'll never leave them. Like, these are
Oh,
done under
that's what you think
malicious.
it comes from.
Oh
You think it
yeah.
comes from
Oh yes. An insecurity and an attachment issue. Yes. Yeah.
well, even because they sort of do it from a very young age. Like you think of like all of these chiols who are not being,
Yes. Disciplined.
yes, yeah, not being disciplined.
Yeah. And not being encouraged to do stuff. Like the mother wants to do everything for them. They know damn well the result of that will be a child that's dependent on you as an adult. They
Yeah,
know that deep down. Like I would, like any mother that has ever been in that situation, there's a reason you don't want your child to fly the coop. There's a reason you don't want them to be able to like be resilient and make their own choices.
it's just the whole son husband thing, and you know what's ironic about that
Yeah.
is that they tend to push the whole independence thing as well for their daughters.
Right.
So
Right.
it's like wait, you want your women to be independent, your sons to be dependent on you so that they never leave you and
Yeah.
essentially become your son husband.
Yes.
And then you also complain about the fact that you can't find any good, responsible men. Yet collectively, maybe you're not doing it like together. Like it's not like you sit in a room, but like collectively as women, you are creating the circumstances that you're complaining about.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very difficult to understand the minds of people who don't align responsibility with benefits, who don't think in a meritocratic way, who don't have that approach to life. It's very difficult to make sense of what their mindset.
Right. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, the way I look at it, it just kind of comes down to first principles thinking, right? Like
Mm.
do you have to be into the sciences to have that inclination, or
No,
no? Because in economics and finance, like it's the same, right?
yeah,
Cause effect, like
yeah. Basic logic.
yeah, uh, we call
Premise,
it
premise,
basic,
premise, conclusion.
right? Right. Yeah,
And
I
it has to be
don't.
sound. It's not like you just make some crazy premise. It needs to be sound. It needs to be
Yeah.
proper, like a sound argument.
Well, in going back to what I said about the wrong hands on the steering wheel, like moving culture, like
Mm,
there should be clear lines. Like, oh, you don't have the ability to think logically. You are nothing but an emotional filled fucking crazy bitch. Like, you have no
yeah.
say. People shouldn't actually be listening to you because obviously you're incompetent in making decisions for other people. And that's what's kind of shitty about it. These women are in so many places in our society where they make decisions that affect other people. Like they're in charge of that.
We have certain regulations in South Africa, right? Where, for example, in particular jobs, say if you work in the financial industry
Mm-hmm.
and you have like a bad, you know, credit record, they don't hire you. They don't give you a job.
Right.
It's like in the same way, I guess I would assume that you can't be a judge if you've been found guilty of particular crimes,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Mm.
why would you listen to people who are, say, for example, obese when it comes to leading a responsible, healthy lifestyle?
Right.
Because clearly they're not responsible when it comes to their own like physique,
Mm-hmm.
you know. In the same way that someone who's got a bad record shouldn't be telling you about how you need to be using your money,
Right.
you know. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't get why people apply this sort of logic in certain domains but not in others. It's like we literally make like just cut out a part of our brain
Right.
to accommodate, and I don't get why people are willing to do that.
Okay. So motivation for allowing that or willing to
Yeah, like
do
what makes you go, okay, yeah, I'm willing to go like this logic. I
Yeah.
use logic every day. I know that if I, put one foot forward and another one, I'll eventually get to my destination. There's certain, you know, like if you didn't have
time
a certain
tested,
level of logic,
unquestionable truths, right?
yeah, you wouldn't be able to function as a human being. So
Right.
we go from that to, okay, now I'm just going to make this random exception to this entire life of logic just to
Right.
accommodate this person because they are of a particular group that we've designated as people you need to bend over for.
Right.
Black people, women,
Mm-hmm.
um, what's the other one? LGBTQ,
Mm-hmm.
all of these people.
See, and I don't know why people are allowed to. I mean, in that recording Psych made, he was saying how
Hmm.
feminism gave way to black identity politics, right? I mean,
Yeah,
he was kind of
yeah, I
making that
remember that.
argument. The feminine, I mean, the L in the LGBTQ. I mean, what's a constant if you analyze all these different bubbles? What's the same?
Yeah,
It's the L's. It's the women. I mean, it's the black women are the most fucking vocal. It's the fucking L's that are the most vocal out of that group.
yeah, yeah.
It's the same problem in all the different groups. But the fundamental causes of this problem are the irresponsible women, for sure.
It's femininity gone wild.
Yeah, I don't
Just
know.
gone off road,
Yeah, definitely.
gone rogue.
Yeah, going back to something I was going to say before I used the restroom earlier, what you were saying
Mm.
about how honorable it is to be like, okay, do what you want as long as it doesn't harm others.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many
Uh,
things that women do on a daily basis that harms others. And they don't
could you give
care because it's what they want to do.
could you give an example?
Yes, like for instance, now it might be her body, her choice, but when women are posting naked shit on the internet or whatever, okay, you're
Uh-huh.
putting your image out there. Your image actually is part of a bigger thing that harms society as a whole. But
Mm-hmm.
also, if kids come across it, like you're influencing their emotions, if that makes sense.
I was watching again. I was watching another clip, and there was a woman who was being confronted on this entire topic.
Yeah.
And what she did, just seeing from her arguments, is that she essentially convinced herself that dressing with your breasts out, with a
Mhm.
skirt that's really short, or wearing bikinis or with your butt cheeks out in literally every second photo on your Instagram, she convinced herself that that's not sexualizing herself. That
Nuh-uh.
she was trying to argue that it's it's the men who gaze upon her who are sexualizing her.
Right.
It's not her. The way she's dressed is not. She's not sexualizing herself.
Mm-mm.
So I remember, I think Andrew Wilson was on again on that, and he was asking, um, actually a guest, another woman asked this question before Andrew, and then he sort of hopped on that point. But the lady was saying, "What's the difference between you and a stripper?
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine a stripper that you cannot touch, that you
Mm-hmm.
only look at." Because apparently the lady was like gets like money from some of these guys from having these, she gets like, I guess she gets some sort of financial gain from posting these pictures. So it's
Yeah.
like she was basically asking, "What's the difference between you
She's
and a
a
stripper?"
sex worker.
Yeah, that's what they were telling
She's
her, and she
literally
refused
a
to believe it.
whore. Right.
She refused to believe it. She was like, "No, I'm not sexualizing myself." Just
Oh my
straight
god.
up, just said, "No, I refuse to accept that I'm sexualizing myself." And I think that's a sort of logic. It's like they just refuse to be consistent with their logic. Just
Yeah.
so it's come up with a special exception so that you don't have to be consistent.
Right.
That's what it seems a lot of these people are doing.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Well, it's
I don't know
it's
how
not
I don't
taking
know how you
full
get them to stop that.
responsibility. You have to hold them to it, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, the full responsibility. You can't just
Yeah,
take the good half and dump the shit
exactly.
on somebody else's shoulders.
Exactly. This goes back to what Matt Walsh was saying about how he finds that plenty of feminists are willing to take the
Yeah.
good side of traditional masculinity, but they never want to play the like. He made the point that you see how happy you were when the guy bought you like the meals. He said, take care of everything and all that. See how happy you were. Now imagine yourself cooking every day to please him. It's like, why are you perfectly happy with taking and
Right.
receiving that happiness from a person, buying you a meal, but you're not willing to give
Right.
by cooking and then helping and then allowing him to feel the same sort of joy.
Right.
And it's like he was basically pointing out that that's where feminists break down. Like you can have a woman be totally smitten with you over that, but then as soon as they need to do their half of the work, then all of a sudden now it's you are oppressing me, you're controlling, etc., etc., etc.
Right. Hmm.
It's they just allow for an exception in order to have their cake and eat it, in order to maximize. When you start to realize that a lot of these women are just about maximizing their convenience, a lot of it
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not about being logical, it's not about being consistent, it's not about having
Right.
some sort of system of thought. No, it's about maximize convenience. What
Yeah.
makes me
But what
happy now?
you just said it. What makes me happy now? The inability and the all of these women do not have, they are so incompetent that they cannot even make these decisions that, like, if they didn't have people around them to clean up their messes, their lives wouldn't work out very well, right? They must
Yeah.
have enough people that keep wiping their ass. Like, these women have no fucking business in positions where they make decisions for other people.
There was another one, GM.
Yeah.
She was being asked. Okay, the question was, I think this was on this may have been Fashion Fit. Sorry. The what was it? Okay, yeah, I remember now. It was a question of, do you think you're wife material, right?
Mhm.
And all of the women said yes, I think I'm wife material. Now, one of the ladies was had an OnlyFans, and then she also admitted to being like sexually promiscuous, right?
Mhm.
Grudgingly. but they eventually got her to admit that she's sexually promiscuous.
Mhm.
And she was basically saying, she was like, well, they're like, so then they asked her, don't you think that like takes away from you being wifey material? And she's like, well, I'm not looking to get married right now. And I just realized that I was like, it goes back to that thing of what is convenient for me now. Don't care about whether or not that will have an impact in the future.
Mhm.
And even if it does, I will expect you to pretend that my entire past doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So like, I will be as sexually promiscuous as I want to be now.
Mhm.
No consequences, none of that in my head. And as soon as I want to get married, now that I want to settle down, I expect you to treat me as though I am just as good as a virgin,
Right.
sexually, in terms of my sexual history.
Yes.
It's not that I would try to improve myself so that I could get to a point where maybe I might be able to compete with people who are virgins. No, I will be who I am. It's that whole trope of accept me
Yeah.
as I am,
Yeah.
take me as I am,
Mhm.
flaws and all.
Yep.
Yeah, and how dare you try to discriminate between women along the lines of sexual history?
Right.
You don't get to do that. That's
Right.
you being insecure. That's the popular one
Right.
now. Yeah,
Right. The sign language.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's all about maximizing convenience
For now.
for now.
For what they feel like doing
And
right now.
even
Yeah.
when it comes to like our corrupt politicians, I'd say they have the same sort of mindset. It's corruption. They
Yeah.
have the maximize my benefits right now. I don't care whether this will come to haunt me later on. When it
Right.
does, I'll just claim that it's propaganda. I'll claim that it's my political opponent who's trying to stir up trouble. I'll just I'll claim that it's not that bad, or whatever phrase, or just outright deny it. That's also another tactic that they use. Sort of like how the people denied that they claim that vaccines would stop the spread. That whole thing.
Well, yes.
Like that's one.
I
Yeah.
saw
So it's like,
I saw a Pfizer commercial, and it was like, yeah, every season COVID, something about COVID changing, and that's why you need to. Oh, but the way she worded it was pretty brilliant. Like it was almost. I guess anybody that knows anything about viruses and the inoculation process, they take they take a piece of the bug and they kill it and they give it to you so your body recognizes the bug and has a better
yeah.
fight, right? But like the way they worded that whole commercial, I will have to find it. I mean, it made sense, but at the same time, it didn't.
It's
But
sort of like,
it's like get your annual COVID shot because these things change and your body needs to be able to know how to fight it. Like like this is how they convince people to take these shots.
I'm so tired of being scammed, man.
Right.
Like every day, like listening to politicians, listening to just
Yeah.
commentators, listening to all of these people. It's sort of like
Yeah.
you constantly have to be on the have your guard up for scammers. It's like you constantly, when these guys come and say, look, I've got a new policy, I'm going to help you. It sounds like one of these Nigerian princes, who you're going to, just change your life forever. I love you, etc., whatever scams they would pull.
Yeah.
It's I'm just tired of being scammed, man. Like of the vaccine guys, the politicians, um, the women who claim to be born again virgins. It's just everyone is scamming.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the worst part about the scam is that it's not like they are neutral, trying to portray themselves to be great. It's that they're the exact opposite of great. They're like the
Mm-hmm.
worst, you
Mm-hmm.
know, trying to portray themselves as pure, as innocent, as, top quality.
You know what though? Going back to what you were saying about, the people not taking the full responsibility. I think I think that's just something their mothers failed to help nurture into them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I look at my specific upbringing and my situation. I had a mother that was all of that. She was
Mm.
one fucking crazy bitch, let me tell you. Scammed every system she could, was super self-centered. I mean, I would put her in a narcissistic psychopath fucking category for sure. Like like will never change. Really fucked up. I have no hopes of her ever changing. So I cut off like all contact with her. It's like I don't want you near my child. Like you're like I'm gonna let him close enough to he can see exactly what you are, but he's gonna learn that that kind of behavior is not okay. My sister, on
Yeah.
the other hand, followed in her fucking footsteps. She's a
Yeah.
little mini her. My brother, the one that's still alive, like out of 4 kids, one of them actually, I think, learned valuable lessons that could have been learned in that situation on how not to do that. Like
Yeah.
the others do that. So it's like, and they tolerate it and they support it. And it's like, I don't really know what the answer is besides there's people just have to be able to say no to it.
Yeah.
Actually, and they have to be able to learn about it. I think in the proper setting, like
They also have.
Muhammad Kadir, he's putting out a video. Like
Mm.
I saw on his community tab, he has a video coming out about. Let me see this. Pretty much how to spot this.
Anyways, I have to go now. It's
Okay.
been too long,
All right.
and I
All
have to
right,
say,
Kuntal.
my brother from another mother, Wahala, and may heavens bestow upon you health, wealth, and prosperity. I don't
Yeah.
know whether I would be talking to you again or not because I'm having some sort of suicidal thoughts.
Uh
Mm.
oh.
Wait,
Okay.
did you say suicidal?
Oh, yes,
Oh,
self
I thought you
Oh
said
deluded.
man, I thought you said
societal.
societal. Yeah, I thought you said societal.
Suicidal.
So I was
Suicidal.
thinking,
What?
Yeah.
wow, okay.
Wait.
Why?
Yeah. Not really. Controver.
I'm thinking about becoming an ascetic monk or going somewhere because uh, life is not going as I planned, and
Yeah,
I mean it never goes
nah,
according to you.
no,
So
no, contriver.
let us
We
see.
need you for
But
the war.
Yeah.
I would always be for men's rights. I'm
Yeah,
an
you can
MRA
retire after
with
the war.
Kevin.
Yeah.
You
I
can
mean,
retire after
look,
war. And
look. If
mind you,
I,
I'm saying this knowing that this war is going to last at least 50 to 100 years. So this is my way of tricking you.
it means that
So
you would
yes,
never let me go.
Nope.
exactly. So after the war, after
Okay.
the war, you can do as you like.
Yeah.
Well, but at this point, the thing is, I don't really care. I
Mm.
Hmm.
I am all for helping men. I'm all for helping everybody, but I really don't want to engage with people who are actually, uh, shall we say, it becomes doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Yeah.
And I'm not going anywhere. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere. It is just that some of the personal life issues are actually rattling me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is the
Hmm.
thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, we shall talk about it after the auspicious 1st of January,
Okay.
not before that. Okay?
All right. All right.
Okay.
And
Now we'll
good
chat.
mother, we shall have a talk on our usual medium after 1st of January. You enjoy. I'm not
Okay.
slitting my own throat right now. I would keep myself at bay.
After the war.
Restraints.
After the war.
I
No,
yeah,
contriver,
after
you
the
must
war.
die in battle. Okay.
No. Go to Valhalla.
Right?
Well, I will go to Valhalla then.
Yeah. How are you
But
supposed to go to Valhalla if you? Yes, after the war.
Yeah. Yeah.
but it has been a delight and a pleasure when talking to someone like you, Emmanuel, genuinely, because I have known you for 2 years now. And
Mm,
a man, what I have realized is a man is never rattled or irked by external factors. He is always broken from the inside. So,
yeah.
there is your key to everything. If he is not backstabbed enough, if he is not shall we say, destroyed enough from his loved ones, he would be able to do something about it. And parents also play a significant role in that, be it anybody's parents, because you have to take care of them in their old age as well. And they say, yada, 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 you have to listen, you can't refute, you can't give a rejoinder or anything. That's it.
Mm,
Plus, there are your own actions and inactions from the past which flare up. So
yeah.
sometimes I get the thoughts of withdrawal, not from life itself, but as if I would become an ascetic monk and go to a mountain top and live there forever or something like that. So uh, that is a very common theme for people like me. I've already attempted suicide once. I would never do that again. I don't have the strength. I got it early
If
on.
if there's one thing I could say to you, contriver, is that suppose today is, let's say today is the worst day of your life, right? Suppose it were the worst day of your life. What that would mean is that literally every other day after today is going to be better than today. Do you understand?
Let us let us see what happens. And I'm
Yeah.
not that much of a pessimistic person. I am a realist, however. Uh, it is not as if I like to share my problems or anything, but it is
Mm,
just that if life remains, I shall meet you again, definitely, because nobody knows the future. And when someone very close to you actually dies, you think as if, what is happening right now. So uh, there are multitude of factors which contribute to that. I'm not going into
yeah.
that. But
Yeah. No.
please talk to good mother for better amount of time right now, because she
Yeah.
has live streamed after quite some time, and you need to be there
Mm.
when I'm okay.
Sure.
So
Sure thing. We'll
okay.
see you at the next battle.
Oh yeah, surely I shall be there. Even
All
if I
right.
would become the ghost of Sparta, I shall be there.
Yes.
So bye, ma. Bye. Goodbye. Not forever, but for today, and we shall get in touch later. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers, contriver. Yeah. Yeah. Stuff can be exhausting, GM.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Yeah. Yeah. totally understand. I know that at some point I felt like that about this stuff, this whole culture war stuff. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like it's getting kind of annoying and tiring. So like, what's this? The phrase is guys like to use the Hodge twins. It's like beating a dead horse.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. It's yeah. But you I guess that's part of the war.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, if you'll get to a point where you feel like, well, why am I doing this? It's nothing's really happening. But
Right.
you need to trust that eventually something will give.
Yeah. And I think for people that are so like hyper focused in one little area,
Yeah,
and it might be their area that they feel the calling to try to influence. They don't
yeah,
necessarily see the bigger picture and what's going on around them and how what they're doing is actually making a difference in other areas. You know?
yeah. For me, the one of the things that gave me hope was hearing that a friend of mine from varsity had been keeping up with my tweets.
Yeah.
But I haven't tweeted in a very long time. But he told another friend of mine that I actually agree with a lot of what this guy is saying, but he's not in a position to the classic thing of I'm not in a position to
Yeah.
actually say it, but I agree
Yeah.
with a lot of what he's saying. I was
Yeah.
like, that one thing made me go like, okay, there's at least my stuff has an impact somewhere,
Yeah.
yeah, and for it to come from someone that I know personally, it was yeah, and then from there I started seeing a lot more of this stuff coming up. It's practically on a weekly basis now. The culture war has sort of properly arrived, I'd say, in South Africa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like uh, on the daily, women get roasted for having ridiculous opinions and
Yeah.
takes. Like,
Yeah.
you see, the thing about South Africans is that we're not the same as Americans. We will roast you if you have a
Yeah.
ridiculous opinion. As a woman, you will get roasted by men.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Do you have an
yeah, like
example of that?
geez, let me see. Let me see. There's so many. I'm just trying to think of a relatively recent one. Um, Let me see. This woman who was I don't even like oh yeah, this woman who like made one of these video essays that as feminists and women do, modern women do,
Mhm.
and she's like, there's a guy roasting her. I haven't got the whole context. I haven't even watched the video because I'm not going to gain anything from that. But what
Right.
made me laugh was seeing guys just roasted. It was just all over my timeline. And I've got one example here, like just in front of me,
Yeah.
of a guys quoting like the sorts of phrases that these women use. He's like saying, "Living my life, making mistakes, evolving, evolving myself,
Yeah.
doing the inner work,
Yeah.
being a better person." And then my unfavorable past, and so
Yeah.
he's quoting all of these. I guess these are phrases that this woman was using in her video essay, and he's saying all the keywords of a terrible human being. I was like, yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Yes.
So it's great to see that these men are seeing it.
Yeah.
There was another one of one of these Instagram baddies, Instagram women
Mhm.
who she's been known for dating like exclusively going for rich or let me not say rich, but certainly yeah, people with money, right? That's her
Yeah.
goal, right?
Right.
And apparently recently one of the guys got her to like pay for him while they were somewhere overseas, right? So a whole lot of guys are like praising this guy for being able to extract resources from the woman who tends to target men who have resources.
Right.
So guys are like, applauding that all over my timeline. I'm
Yeah.
just I'm getting the sense that men are fed up with a lot of this stuff. Like there's another one where women were sort of making this point of apparently the get rich quick sort of guys are not doing too well of late. I guess with the downturn of the economy, right?
Hmm.
So the women were saying, yes, the 9 to 5 guys are back up. This is their time to shine, etc., etc. So guys are basically roasting these women, saying that so what now you're settling for the 9 to 5 guys? The guys that you were saying you don't even want to like, you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole because you guys want to have, you know, you want to get flown to Dubai and stuff like that.
Mm.
So guys are basically roasting these women for having, unrealistic expectations,
Yeah.
sleeping with these successful 40-year-olds in their 20s, and then once they get to 30, all of a sudden now, oh no, I just want to settle down with a 9 to 5 guy. Someone also saying that imagine being highly educated, successful, getting your starting to make real strides in your career, and then having some jaded 30-year-old say that she's ready to settle down with you now. So it's
Right.
just
Right.
yeah, it's just been hilarious watching these guys like spar with these Instagram baddies. It's yeah, people are starting to see the. It's like they're seeing the game.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to see that these guys are not willing to get played. And
Yeah.
it's not like they're saying a lot of these guys are endorsing being irresponsible. No, it's just that they don't want to be, suckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
So
think
that
that's
makes me
so
happy.
damn important. Me too. And I think it's so important. Like, okay, so I saw this morning. Muhammad,
Yeah.
it's like, I've got a juicy video coming your way about crazy women, abusive relationships, and how to stay the hell away from them. All wrapped up in my personal
Yeah.
experience. He's got the whiteboard and it says
Escaping.
"Escaping She Devil."
She devil. Yeah.
Like, it should be so
The
good
one.
because, I mean, we need examples. I mean, as
Yeah.
people, we learn from modeling, and if we have more examples of stuff like this, it would help teach, I think, young men stuff that maybe their mothers should have fucking taught them about
Yeah.
female nature. Like,
Like there's another one. I'm not sure if it's big in America, but it's certainly big this side, where every around the end of the month, say around this time of the month,
mhm,
20 from the 25th to the 30th, or perhaps around the 15th, you start to have like an influx of tweets from women talking about a real man would do this, specifically financially. A real
right,
man would take care of this. A real man would be, those sorts of tweets.
yeah,
It's so great to find yourself with a man who. I wish I were with a man who would do X, Y, Z. All these sorts of things. But X, Y, Z being all of them being financial things. So pay
mm,
for this, buy that, um, sponsor this. So guys have this whole phrase now where they say the rent's due. You know, it's the
mm,
rent's due tweets. So it's like
mhm.
that's the whole phrase now. Like as soon as a woman posts something like that around that time, this memes come out of like your landlord's probably waiting on his rent. So it's hilarious. It's like
Right?
guys are finally picking up on the fact
I
that yeah,
know.
you guys have been used as ATMs,
Yeah,
and yeah, so it's really good to see, man.
that is good to see.
Fewer men being scammed really brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, going
So,
back to Matt Rife. Going back to Matt
but
Rife.
yeah,
Yeah, dude,
yeah,
he's doing so. I love that guy. He reminds me so much of my kid. Like, it's
yeah,
funny because he gets people like, meet him at a shop and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you remind me of that guy." Because I mean, he
yeah.
kind of looks like him, but a brown-eyed version.
Okay,
He's kind of
all
got
right.
he kind of has the same build. He's like 6'3". Like he's a good looking kid, right? And the
Yeah.
ladies love him, and he totally uses it to his advantage.
Yeah, I remember a while back. I think he was doing tattooing. You're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, he's
Yeah,
still
and I
doing
think
that.
yeah, you'd mentioned how some lady tried to get him to
Mm,
do like a tattoo for him for free. I think it was.
yep, yep.
Yeah, and he how did he handle it? If you could just jog my memory.
Okay, so that one specifically, that was when he was 16. This girl was
Yeah,
20. I don't know.
yeah,
It
yeah,
put him in a little predicament
mm,
because it was his learning experience not to do that kind of stuff. Like
yeah,
he hadn't quite experienced the getting in trouble for not controlling his biology stuff.
yeah, yeah.
So, but since then, he actually like women that kind of give off that vibe to him initially, he'll actually charge them more.
You see,
Yeah,
this is the kind of
it's
thing I'm talking
funny.
about.
Yeah,
This is what we need.
yeah,
Consequences.
yeah,
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 yeah, and obviously all of us had to learn some painful lessons.
yeah, yeah.
Some of us had to feel in order to hear.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
because I can only tell him so much, but until he actually goes through it and experiences some of the
exactly.
things, he doesn't
Yeah,
really grasp it fully.
and it's great that he's learning these lessons as a 16-year-old instead of
Right.
learning them as a 40-year-old. When you've got
Right.
like millions, when you're like a
Right.
real sitting duck, that's painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all we can hope for. You're saying earlier that perhaps things sort of need to go a bit haywire,
Yeah.
a bit
Get
crazy,
worse
because
before they get better.
yeah, because in the same way that we are just talking about how that allows men to be better armed, um, it also obviously punishes women because then they start to feel this consequences of their actions, and
Yeah.
that should bring about some swing the pendulum back to the center. So yeah, it is good. It's just I wish we weren't putting the entire Western civilization, on the table and on the
Right.
betting table. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's what's scary about it. Even like Elon tweeted something recently about how the number of migrants, at least that have been spotted, um, coming into America now exceed the number of births that you guys have.
Yeah.
That is scary. That is population replacement.
Yeah.
So your citizens are not having enough children to replace the number of people who are coming in to
Hmm.
to 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 outstrip that number, which means over time you'll have more people. I mean, if this is allowed to go on, you'll have more people who are not American citizens
Hmm.
than actual American citizens. What does that do for your demographics? What does that do for your politics? What does that do for your economics? How is America expected to absorb all of that?
Are you talking about this chart?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
the one. That is insane. I can certainly tell you that if that were the case in South Africa, there would be a violent outbreak, like a serious outbreak of violence. Like someone would be dying, you know. Like you'd have mobs of vigilante South Africans going to perhaps hotspots of illegal immigrants and literally evicting them, probably with some threat of violence. So, how America has not devolved to that. First, it speaks to how tolerant you are, perhaps to your detriment, and
Mhm.
two, it speaks to the fact that the more you guys accept this, the less certain you can be that what I was talking about earlier won't happen. It only takes one, perhaps disgruntled community of people who are perhaps lower income, lower education, lower with lower inhibition. Say maybe from alcohol or whatever.
Mhm.
All it takes for that sort of community to spark it. Like especially what I'm seeing with what's happening in Chicago and New York. Like the way, I mean, I'm in South Africa and I'm hearing about how unsettled Black Americans are in light of the immigration in those cities. So, yeah, it only takes one to set it off.
Mhm.
It only takes one.
Bonnie said we would here in Texas, but they have them too protected.
Have them too protected. Yeah. In Texas, isn't
Yeah.
your governor trying to get them shipped to sanctuary cities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's shipping them in the wrong direction. Like,
What do you mean? You mean they should be shipped back
okay,
to South
what?
America?
Yes. Like, what?
I don't know.
I mean, I understand the whole, oh, yeah, you don't think this is a problem until it's on your doorstep. Here, let's put this on your doorstep. Maybe that'll change your mind. But I
It
don't,
seems to be working.
is it, you think it is?
Maybe I think it is. I think it is. I think it's working.
Yeah.
If you have enough of a groundswell of people who are complaining about immigration, even with minority communities in America, that starts to become an issue. Now all of a sudden you have, imagine if say in 2028, Black people are now pro socialism, pro everything the Democrats do except for immigration. How are they going to handle that? What if it goes from only being immigration to being other issues as well? It's like, okay, now that we've heard that the Republicans on immigration, all of a sudden now, I'm starting to understand why they're not really for social welfare. I'm starting to understand why they're not really for abortion. All of a sudden, 2036, two elections after 2028, all of a sudden now you have Black people being majority, swinging almost 50-50 to between Democrats and Republicans. If that's even possible. I'm just you know just sort of having a thought experiment. Just Democrats need to consider these sorts of things. I know I can speak for South Africans. In the South African context, our current governing party is looking at a very realistic prospect of slipping below 50% in terms of support, and that's not happened since the dawn of democracy. So since 1994. So they share the sheer incompetence and corruption, and how they just can't seem to extricate themselves from that. It has made it so that it's practically, they practically set to lose the 50% over the majority vote of the votes in, if not next year, certainly in 4 years' time.
Mm.
No, wait,
So
ours is
that's
5 years, so 5 years' time.
so an example of the free market actually doing its job.
Yeah, you could. I don't want to say it's a free market. It's just, it's that if you are so, if corruption is so deeply set into your organization that you can't even like rid yourselves of it,
Hmm.
then some things are inevitable.
Yeah.
It's like you've put your feet into cement, right? Instead of pulling them out while it was still wet, now it's solidified and we're
Yeah.
throwing you into the ocean. There's something's going to happen. You're going to drown.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all where the ANC, the party of Nelson Mandela, is finding itself now.
Mm.
Yeah.
The party of Mandela.
Yep.
Hmm.
I, I'm also very happy to see there's like a rise of right wing um, parties, sentiment, all of that. In certainly in Europe, I'm seeing a bit in South America. We've seen it in Brazil. Now we're seeing it in Argentina. And if if that carries on, hopefully that starts to take place in Africa as well.
Hmm. So do you think Africa will kind of do some major structural changes in getting rid of like the Black economic empowerment bullshit? Like, do you think that
Uh,
would happen before it would happen here?
that's an interesting question.
I mean, do you have
Okay,
more men or women in charge over there?
we probably have slightly more men in all things considered. However, they simp to women because it's the end thing to be
Mm.
to simp to women to have, we want to have more representation, that whole thing.
Is it the in
Um,
thing or something that just kind of usually happens?
it, it's an inevitable consequence of doing it on the racial side of things.
Mm.
You can't say you're for affirmative action on the racial dimension and then not be for affirmative action on the gender dimension.
Right.
Yeah, you'd be talking out of both sides of your mouth if you were to say that, and so they sort of like handcuffed to that policy. And I think, just to answer your question, I think we are closer to the extreme consequences of that versus America. You guys are still good.
Mm-hmm.
We have rampant unemployment, we have crime, we have poverty, and what's happening now is that the people who were loyal, who would vote for the ANC out of emotion or out of like an allegiance, sort of like how you pick your sports team and you stick to it.
Yeah.
Those people are dying. Those people have retired and they're dying now. They're in their 60s. So the majority of the majority of the voting age population now is comprised of the people who were 18 at the time of democracy and older, and younger, excuse me. Right. So these people got to live the entire adult lives during the democracy. So you don't have that emotional attachment to, oh yes, this is the party that freed us from apartheid.
Right.
Right. And what you're seeing now is certainly they've lost the cities. And you know who's in the cities? Young people looking for work.
Mm.
because you leave the old people at home. You go
Mhm.
to the main cities to go get a job, hopefully make some coins, you send it back home. So the fact that they're losing the metros, they're losing Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, and Durban. The fact that they're losing all of these cities points to the fact that young people are not voting for them.
Mm.
Yeah, and just by sheer, demographics, that means they sort of their demise is locked in. It's set. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Right.
Yeah, and Democrats will find themselves in the same spot. Because you look at California. California is South Africa just a few years ago. So, given all of the madness that is happening there, I actually read something earlier about apparently illegal migrants will be allowed to will be given access to free healthcare in
Mm.
California,
Mhm.
like officially from I think
Yep.
the 1st of Jan. And I was like, what? It's
Yeah.
like you guys are going down this African route, and trust me, it will end in tears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's kind of well. I mean, your country's kind of like that too. It's all the different countries, I guess, over there. They kind of handle things a little differently, right? Like there's
In
some that
what
are
sense?
well, like we have red states, blue states. We have a lot of
Hmm.
policies in the blue states that would never fly in the red states. Like
Right.
you have,
Okay.
yeah.
We have in South Africa we have one. If I could put it this way, we have one red state,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest are blue.
Mm.
Hmm.
But that's just South
So
Africa. That's not Africa as a whole, right?
I'll speak for South Africa, and
Yeah.
then I'll say that a lot of Africa has been taken over by the socialists, right?
Mm.
If you look at the parties that run most of Africa, you'll find that a lot of them have left-leaning policies, but then they'll have where they'll be right-leaning is in the religious sense. So they'll be anti, let's say for example, anti-gay, so anti-LGBTQ, but then pro-welfare. You understand?
Right. Right.
So that's not something you'll find in America. You see, there'll be
Yeah.
pro-family values, but do some other lefty stuff. I'm struggling to think of like a few policies, but they do. It's like a weird hybrid where they do all of the Christian stuff that the conservatives in America would endorse, but then they do all of the economic stuff that the Democrats would endorse, which is
Hmm.
like a whole different, it's like a different politics compared to America,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
that's what's weird about Africa is that they staunchly, if you actually sit them down and talk to them, they're staunchly conservative, more conservative than Europeans, more conservative than Americans by far. Americans have the most liberal conservatives on the planet, probably,
Yeah. Yeah.
and yeah, so it's them, and I'd say second to them would probably be the Brits. Yeah, and then if you go into continental Europe, then you know that that's way more conservative than Britain, way more conservative than America. And then you come to Africa or the Middle East, that's way more conservative. Our conservatism is I'd compare it to Asia. Yes, China is also not a good country to compare us to, where technically they like they straddle both lanes, capitalism, socialism slash communism,
Yeah.
and then at the same time they're very conservative socially.
Yeah.
That's most of Africa. South Africa is a weird country because it's quite socially liberal
Mm.
of late, I'd say, and I think that comes from the West,
Yeah.
and it comes from the exposure
Social
to
media.
social media in the West.
Yeah.
Like we've we had I still remember as a kid watching the first I've said this before, I think, on the streams, the first gay kissing scene, and how that caused like a huge uproar in South Africa, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was less than, I'd say, less than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so um I was in high school, I think, when it happened.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's probably even less than 15 years ago. So um 15 years ago, let's say, maximum, that's when the first gay scene, kissing scene, not just gay scene, gay kissing scene
Right.
was broadcast on South African soapies, mainstay shows, right? And then quickly after that, like, we accelerated to basically where California is in terms of the LGBTQ, the embracing of LGBTQ. Now we have literally every show has a gay character. Every show,
Right.
many shows now have like a trans character. Now it's nuts, you know.
Mm.
So that happened. What you guys saw over 40 years happened to us over like 10.
Mm.
So it blitzed to where you guys are now.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's more, it's still more socially acceptable than it was 10 years ago.
What do you mean?
Like yeah, like socially okay. Like it took us 40 years to have our society be like, okay, yeah, we'll tolerate this in all these areas now, and it only
Yeah.
took you guys 10. And like, is
Yeah,
it,
like
or is there still a lot of people that are like, fuck this shit? Like, no.
they it's very difficult because there's a huge split between the metros and the rest of South Africa.
Right.
So the cities, if you go to I'm pretty sure if you go to even Kenya, if you go to the cities, I'm pretty sure it's more liberal than the rural areas, considerably so. In South Africa, it's way worse. Like Cape Town has gay parades and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, so I remember going to university and still finding people who find it strange for to encounter gay people, like generally like weirded out, like what the hell is this guy doing? Like, whoa, you know. Yeah. So I'm just trying to illustrate that even though it's a blitz, because of the fact that it's a blitz, actually, there's been a bit of a lag. So you have people who are like still stuck in like before all of the gay, you call it gay, propaganda, pro-gay publications, movies, etc., campaigns, and put it that way, right? And it's yeah, it's strange. It's not the same as America. I think in America, your conservatives embrace gay people, for example, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, in South Africa, that's not the case. Our conservatives don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because we like rule by the liberals, and the cities are very liberal and media is very liberal, it gives you the impression of the fact that South Africa is more liberal than perhaps it actually is. And then because of all of that stuff, the people who are actually conservative, sort of, they don't express their views because sort of like, I don't want to deal with the headache of being, trending on Twitter because I expressed my views about gay people, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
So it's not that they haven't changed. It's not that they've changed their sentiments. It's sort of like they've been browbeaten into keeping quiet about them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember being at school. We had a few guys at school, like maybe 3 or 4, I could say were, let me call it gay pending,
Gay
and
pending.
Yeah. So if someone told you like a year after high school that no, this guy came out as gay, you'd be
Yeah,
like, oh
you
yeah,
wouldn't be
that's not
surprised.
surprising.
Yeah,
Yeah. And those guys had a horrid time at school. They got
yeah,
roasted all the time because it's just like, bro, what the why?
yeah,
You know? Yeah. So yeah, that's the sort of landscape we have in terms of LGBTQ, and then switching back to the economics because of slavery, apartheid, and all of these sorts of things. There's a general mentality of we need to get something back from the people who took X from us.
yes.
So there's that mentality, which lends itself to left leaning politics. But if you
Which,
sit them down and you ask them, okay, do you enjoy being taxed? A lot of them would say no. Do you think tax is a good thing? A lot of them would say no, particularly because we have a lot of corruption as well. But they'll still endorse lefty politics because of the fact that they feel they need to get something back from the whites who took the land from us, etc.,
right,
etc., etc. So
right.
it's a weird. It's very difficult to place where these guys are. They're lefty on certain things. They're very right leaning on certain things. It's totally different political landscape.
Yeah, like because when people are like, "Oh, I'm fiscally conservative but socially liberal," like I'm like, where does that? Because I always think about that political compass test,
Yeah,
and I'm like, I wonder where that puts them. Like, because
that pu-
that's not very that's
that
not
puts them in the
very.
same bracket. It puts them in the same quadrant as libertarians. So they're somewhere there.
Yeah, some of them.
Libertarians are essentially that. You could summarize them in that way: socially
Yeah,
liberal, fiscally conservative.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm talking the conservative libertarians. Obviously, there's also the left leaning libertarians who are socially
right.
liberal, but then economically liberal as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those would be like your
Liberal with other people's money.
yes, right,
Yeah,
but also liberal in terms of the social thing. Like you know, um, we want nudity to be normalized, gay stuff to be normalized.
yeah,
Everything should just be, everyone should be free to express themselves as they please, right?
yeah.
And whereas conservatives would say, okay, there are a few topics that we would like to have regulated, if not outright censored. Um, they're not, especially, I think that the main topic for me that that illustrates that would be sexual liberation. So if you don't mind women showing cleavage, then you probably socially liberal.
Right.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
big one for me.
I
If you're
used
the
to,
type of person who say, why are you making such why making such an issue of women simply showing their ankles? Say in the case of the conservatives' dad's calendar, then you're socially liberal to me because you don't understand. Like they'll say things like, "What do you want them to wear a hijab?" And it's like, no, we just want them to strive for modesty.
yeah,
That's what a socially conservative person would say.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to balance that with economic freedom, though. You see,
Right.
because it's like you're all about freedom, except and freedom of speech, freedom of the economy. But then all of a sudden, when it comes to social values, you're not so free.
What about for the freedom to have self-respect? Like, I don't know.
Okay,
Yes,
let's say you
it's
say
it's
let's say you
constricting,
phrase it
but
that way.
yeah,
You phrase it as freedom to have self-respect, right?
yeah,
But that would, like how they define free speech as saying you need to be you need to allow people to say what you don't like. People you don't like to say things you don't like, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's how you know that your freedom of speech actually means something. right?
Mm-hmm.
So if your freedom of in order to have freedom of self-respect, you need to also have freedom of for people who don't want to respect themselves. If you're truly about freedom,
Yeah.
otherwise, just let go of the freedom thing and say, I apply it in particular spheres. In other spheres of life, I just no.
Mm.
And that's I think that's where conservatives are finding it difficult because
Mm.
a lot of
Oh,
America is socially liberal.
yeah.
Mm.
But it's more like a sexual abuse. It's like
What's this?
so the woman that's, half naked in every social
Yeah.
setting, you
Yes.
know, like she's using her body in a sexual manner to abuse other people. There should be no
Right.
freedom
But
in that.
the thing is, from a socially conservative point of view, right?
Mm-hmm.
You having your cleavage out is not really too different from like a man whipping his wang out. It's not decent. It's a sexual part. If I could catch a crime, if I could catch a case for touching it, I shouldn't be seeing it,
Right, exactly. That's actually a perfect point.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's also annoying how you expect it to like someone literally has them in your face and you're supposed to pretend that you're not seeing it,
Right.
right? It's this sense that you can provoke. It's this idea that you can provoke. Yeah, this is another thing that I think has been lost is the word provoke.
Mm.
That's a word for a reason because
Mm-hmm.
someone can provoke,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And I think in trying to make men responsible for do not rape, consent, all of these things, um, we have neglected the side of provocation. We need to have some clear boundaries on that. We have clear boundaries on consent. We have clear boundaries on rape. Let's
Mm-hmm.
have some clear boundaries on provocation.
Yes. That's a good
And
idea.
yeah, and say, okay, we understand that this person needs to control his actions, his emotions, etc., etc. But let's also talk about the fact that you provoke people to do things,
Yes.
you know. And no one ever talks about that side of things.
Well,
And
because that's part of female nature, like the inspiring, influencing, manipulating, and provoking is
yeah,
part of
yeah,
manipulation. So
yeah. Let's say you can evoke to the point of provoking.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'd have to check out the difference. Evoke, provoke.
yeah,
Because I mean, when I look at female nature and how uncontrollable it is, and how a lot of women don't have boundaries on their own behavior. Um, going back to the whole taking credit but not the full responsibility.
yeah,
Um, something I noticed when I came across crazy bitches. I'm like, how do you talk about these boundaries, but they're not balanced. Like there's two sets of boundaries. There's the boundaries you place on yourself to protect
hmm
other people from you, and the boundaries that you place on other people to protect yourself from them. And they should be the fucking same. But a lot of people don't see that. So when I see a crazy bitch complaining about all these things, how she doesn't tolerate X, Y, and Z, but she's constantly doing that to other people, I'm like, that's
yeah.
it's
It's
weird.
like it's like the contradiction between you don't like to be sexualized
Right.
or right, but then you have like your cleavage out, you twerking,
You're
but you're
literally
against this
sexualizing yourself.
exactly.
Because she has control over how she displays her body. She's the one that gets dressed every day. She's the one
Yeah,
spending all the time getting ready. And nowhere during that time Like they know what they're doing and they're using it
Yeah.
as a weapon.
My mother used to leave her money like recklessly, like just carelessly, like put it on the table and then like walk away, and then she used to do that in her general practice, right?
Mm.
And apparently one day, I was a kid back then. Apparently one day someone stole money from her, right? And when she explained this to my father said, "Well, what your behavior provoked people to steal from you,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're leaving money around. What do you expect? What do you like? Are you surprised that that happened? Honestly speaking,
Right.
and the idea is, if you can mitigate against certain risks, surely you should take steps to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and then complain once you've done that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's when like I can really take your complaint seriously. Like, okay, you've put the security measures in place, you've behaved in a reasonably safe way, but someone broke in anyway. That you see, now I'm hearing you out. Now I can hear you out, right?
Yeah.
But if I go to the most dangerous part of, say, New York, and I
Right.
pick the most dingy alley I can find,
Yeah.
and I walk there with my phone out, making noise, my chains,
Yeah.
my necklaces dangling and making all sorts of noise,
Yeah.
and shining, and you know my Apple Watch here with my designer shoes and all this stuff. Should I be surprised if I get mugged?
Oh no.
I'm not saying this is not an endorsement of the muggers and saying that
Right.
what they did is right. This is just saying you shouldn't tempt fate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that side of things has been totally ignored, because
Mm.
having to address it would have to address women's behavior, and God forbid we do that.
Yes.
You, you, America needs to have some seriously honest conversations.
Mm. Yes.
And until you guys are ready to do that, you constantly live in this gray area of just like not knowing which way you're headed, and not knowing whether talking to a woman is correct, or maybe not talking to a woman is correct. On one hand, if you approach, you're a creep. If you don't approach, you're an incel. It's
Right.
like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
you know this is exactly it. When you abide by the rules of people who want to have their cake and eat it, you never, like, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't.
Yes. And that's my point. And these people are, for some reason, mostly educational degree reasons, in positions, holding jobs, making decisions that they shouldn't be. The
Yeah,
people
they
that are
have.
supposed to be sorting all this shit out are so self-centered, narcissistic psychopaths that they only think about themselves in the
Yeah,
situation. What's good for them right now.
yeah, yeah,
So they
yeah. So
can't actually. They're not the ones that can make the rules and set the tone. I mean,
yeah, but
other women could, and those other women would have to follow their direction. But I don't think there's enough women coming together to be like, okay, let's sort out how this is going to be from now on. Like
you,
what
you
we need
also
to do as women.
you also need to start going back to some. How, for all the emphasis on data, um, information that has come from the boom of computers and stuff.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, we've moved away from pragmatism, which is
Mm-hmm.
which is strange. That you have so much information,
Mm-hmm.
but you've moved away from pragmatism, which deals with making the best choice given the reality that you're facing.
Yeah.
That's what pragmatism can be boiled down to. And if you have information, that should be assisting you in having a clearer picture of what reality is, which should assist you in being more pragmatic.
Right.
Which is why it's strange that you moved away from pragmatism. So, for example, the whole point I was making with not tempting fate, that would be pragmatism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be a pragmatic way of trying to minimize the chances of you suffering certain consequences, certain bad outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't go to sleep at night with my doors and windows open, and then when I get mugged, say why I didn't consent to getting mugged. I don't say that.
Right.
I you mean like even that whole thing of there was this whole thing of these people when the women protest naked and say still not asking for it, right?
Right. Right.
It's like, yes, we understand that, but rapists don't.
Right.
Do you not understand that?
Right. Yeah, I'm surprised we don't have more rape and murder. I mean, just judging by the women's hysteria about it in America, like it's actually really low, like super stupid low.
Yeah, I come
The
from one
rape
of the
and murder
countries
of
with
women.
what's his name? Contrive and I are constantly fighting over the number one spot for rape. And
Yeah.
he's always claiming that it's India, and I'm saying it's South Africa. But either way, we come from the countries that have some of the highest rape rates, right?
Yeah.
And even then, I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. So I
Yeah.
don't understand why
Right.
Americans are entertaining this hysteria.
It's like we have so little actual rape and murder of women that we have to make it up. We have to Jesse Smollett rape and murder in my country.
Like I remember hearing the first time I heard the phrase rape culture. I
Yeah.
almost spat my drink out. I was just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, you think there's a culture of
Mm-hmm.
people endorsing rape when
Yeah.
it is penalized by your political system, it is shamed by your communities, and like probably your private sector doesn't look, probably frowns upon such behavior
Yeah.
to the point where you probably get fired.
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me, with those three things being said, there is a rape culture?
Right.
Nah.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
It's amazing how a lot of these feminists and lefties can stretch the meaning of words to the point where it's like it covers every possible situation that makes it, so that they can find it very easy to bend the truth to suit a particular narrative. So racism now requires power in order for you to be racist.
Yeah.
So I can now have a sort of like a blank check for insulting white people.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other one. How, like, I remember the first time I heard about how a lot of rape statistics are exaggerated because the definition of rape has been stretched to include like sexual harassment, or like in some cases even
the withdrawal of
what do you call
consent
it?
after the fact because you
Catcalling,
cheated on your
and that as well.
Yeah. You can't withdraw consent after.
You can't.
It's not a real thing. But they do it.
That's like,
even though it's not a
that's
real
like,
thing, they still call it rape. How? How do they do that?
that's like going to a shop, purchasing something, going back to return it, and then when you return it, claim that originally your money was stolen from you.
Right? Yep.
It's like, no, but you consented to it.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you regret the purchase doesn't make the original transaction like forceful.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah,
It's
man.
weird, right? You know why that happens? Because women are lying and they're trying to dodge accountability. They actually made a mistake and they're not taking responsibility for it.
But that level of mental gymnastics, like at some
Yeah.
point, like something has to break. You can only like bend in so many directions and in so many, that's nuts. And the fact that like a lot of these men have just been quiet or tolerating or even like, you know, being subservient to these sorts of madcaps.
Hmm. Yeah, Bonnie said, I believe there's a lot more rape going on than being reported. Yeah. I know the areas that probably have the most rape are men's prisons. We don't want to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
who
yeah.
in our society gets raped the most, actually.
Oh yeah. To the point, and it's funny because that's one of the first things women tend to joke about.
Yeah.
Say for example when people they don't like are sent to jail, then they start to like make jokes about how that guy right now is probably getting raped.
Right. Right.
Like,
Right.
oh, so now rape now we
It's
can make rape
funny,
jokes
right?
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or how about the kind of rape that it's a woman that uses sex as a weapon and hijacks a man's biology, puts him in a situation that his body is having a hard time refusing, like
Uh-huh.
like yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
that
No, you're on the
happens.
right track.
Yeah, no, that happens. Women can rape men. Women can hijack their freaking biology.
It's
Like if
funny
a
how
woman,
consent. It's funny
yes,
how consent just like it's suddenly not a factor when
right,
the roles are reversed.
right,
If say in the situation you just laid out, if that were reversed, everyone would be clear about the fact that that's rape.
right. Because a man's, I guess we'll call it a manipulation tactic, would be physical versus a woman's emotional. like,
Yeah.
like there's nothing in rape law about that. The woman's ability to force a man.
It's okay. Here's another way to incorporate some of their logic to
Mm.
defeat other positions they have. If you can say why don't they use the whole power dynamic thing when it comes to that issue, the issue of rape?
Right.
Yeah. So if um if a man a woman sleeps with a man and let's say the man doesn't really maybe regrets it, why is it never raised as an issue that women have wield a particularly high level of power in terms of sexual appeal and all of that?
Hmm.
Why is that not used as a point? Yet when it comes to say relations between a boss and his employee, all of a sudden now power dynamics are a thing.
Right.
So it's just hilarious to me how people never call women out for applying things selectively.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
yeah. Only when it suits them, only when it's convenient to what they want to do at that particular time. Again, going back to my original point, that's like their guiding star. That's their north star. That's their guiding philosophy. It's what maximizes my happiness at this point in time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just how can you expect such people to uphold a system of meritocracy then?
You can't. That's why we need meritocracy, because without this social policy of lying to women all the time. I mean, because if you break it down, when people are playing this game, they're
Yeah,
literally actively engaging in lying to women.
yeah,
They think it's kind to, oh yeah, good job for doing what you should be doing as an adult. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if they think it's kind, but it ruins the person.
100%.
So you get enough of those people together. Like people need to stop doing it. Like the people that know better and do better, they should expect the same thing from others. I don't know when we got this bullshit like superiority shit, because it all has kind of a, it almost has kind of a sexist flavor to it, like, or racist, like, oh, I'm gonna feel bad for you and I'm gonna give you extra stuff because you're a woman or you're black. Like the people that do that seem to be doing it because of their race and sex, right?
Yeah.
So are they doing it because they're racist? Because they feel bad for these people? Because they don't hold them to the same fucking standards?
Yeah, if you don't hold them to the same standard, then what you say, it's no different from us making women compete with women and not with men. The
Right.
reason for that is because you are stating that women cannot compete with men because they are inferior physically.
Right.
Yeah. So if you have different standards, you by definition you're implying different levels of competence.
Yes.
Yeah. That's exactly what you're implying. You're saying this particular group, by definition of being that in that group, like a member of that group or whatever, they cannot compete with group, B. So it's can we get the capitalists back in power, man?
That would be great.
Because
That would be really
they
great.
don't tolerate any of this nonsense,
Well,
Get
they
them back, man.
tolerate a little bit of it. I'm paying attention to some stuff.
I think the one thing you can blame capitalists for, with regards to all these issues that we've spoken about, would be their misguided notion of, the pursuit of profit, leading them to agree with the inclusion of women in the workplace, without any sort of like, okay, suppose you're for that, right? But there should have been some sort of, consideration of the impact that would have on the rest of society. Instead of just like slap bang, let's go for it. Let's just double the labor supply.
Yeah.
Heck, who cares if we're paying women more, while also subsidizing their education and subsidizing their employment by putting incentives for companies to hire them over men. Who cares about what that impact is going to have on the family creation, and thus the creation of future laborers, and thus the sustaining the economy. Who cares about that? Let's just pursue maximum profit now. You see, that's the one thing you could say, you could put at the feet of capitalists. Yeah. One could say that they didn't have an enlightened view of the impact of including women, just ramshot into the labor market. What you call it, roughshod. Sorry, into the labor market. I would say the blind pursuit of profit maybe was a bad thing in that case.
Yeah.
And that's an example of market failure, if I could say, where the cost to society is not borne by the capitalists. So therefore, it's not used as a factor in their profit calculation, which means that they will misallocate, resources and make bad decisions. Yeah, this is my economics hat being on now.
Yeah.
So you in that case, one would say you probably have to introduce, this is economics theory, you probably have to introduce some sort of tax or some sort of scheme to essentially to make them internalize the cost that they impose upon the rest of society. Which would mean, in other words, just to be quite blunt, you could tax them for hiring women.
Yeah.
Say that by hiring women, you've imposed a cost on society through disincentivizing family creations. Therefore, you need to pay some sort of penalty in order to compensate for that.
Yeah. I mean, because initially they were like thinking, bottom line right now, maximum profit today.
Yeah.
They were thinking like these crazy bitches.
Yeah. But you see, that's not a problem when you have, again, when you have all of the costs being borne by the person who's imposing them.
Yeah.
But once the person who's engaging in the activity that creates the cost does not bear the cost, that's where you have what you call it, a flawed market. You have a situation where the person who's engaging in that activity will maximize the activity because they're not bearing the full cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? That might be something that women might get on board with. All these freaking feminists are all about, taxing corporations and taxing the rich.
No, I have a problem. I don't want to do that, because what will happen is that they'll say, yeah, tax them, and then give the money to us. You see, and that's the problem. Because that's just going back to square one.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't come from the women. It should come from the men. It should be them saying, look, we have a very real impact, a very real consequence that we're suffering as a result of what you've done.
Yeah.
We're finding it way more difficult to find spouses and to build families, because on one hand we're competing with way more people now. It's no different from doubling the population by taking what's the population of America? 300 million, somewhere there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's no different from taking 300 million people from, say, China or Africa and literally shipping them over to America, and then saying, yeah, okay, guys, let's just carry on like we didn't just double the labor supply.
Right.
Yeah. So you could say men have a very real reason to raise some grievances. Say, okay, that's a problem. We can't create families, which is part of our entire duty, and then a lot of these people then have kids out of wedlock, and then we again are expected to pay for that. And yet the companies who introduce this stuff, along with the politicians who also endorse the legislation and all sorts of other stuff, you guys go off scot-free. Yeah. So no, that's not going to work. Someone needs to get taxed.
Tax, huh?
Yeah. So that's one way of looking at it. But then, as a libertarian, obviously, then you're like, ooh, taxes. Oh no, we need to think of something else.
Well, I'm okay with the tax part if we can cut off where the tax money's going.
Suppose you collect the tax money.
Yeah.
Suppose you collected the tax money. Where would you take it? Would you add it to? Would you say, okay, we'll set up a fund for men who are married and have kids, something like that, from which they can claim. Men can claim it.
Yeah. So it turns into what, like a tax credit or something?
Not even not a tax credit, like a literal check from the government given to men in order to compensate them for the income lost and the social cost of having women earn more and them have their negotiating power in the labor market essentially halved
Yeah.
by doubling the population, and
Mhm.
then all of these things that I've listed, it would be essentially you'd be compensating them for that on a monthly basis, having taxed the companies for doing that, for hiring women. If you don't want to get taxed, don't hire women.
Right. Right. Right.
It would be the exact opposite of what we have now, where I'll say for South Africa, where you get tax incentives for hiring women. You literally get
Mhm.
you told you don't need to pay as much tax if you hire
Right.
more women.
Right.
Yeah.
It should be the opposite. You got to pay a higher
Yeah,
tax.
so when women complain about that, you tell them, but you've had a good 40 years of enjoying the exact opposite. We now have a situation where more women are enrolled in schools. They're earning more, but they're not creating families. This is terrible for society. This is terrible for men. So let's do exactly what you said, and then we are now rebalancing things in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
There's that angle. Yeah,
I like that.
I don't like it because it's very lefty. It's coming
Well,
from the
yeah,
left.
it is, but that's how the left
Yeah,
is going to push it.
yeah.
It has to feel good for them. See,
Yeah.
we're putting the
If
blame
you're
on
left,
the,
if you,
white men in power. Okay, we're going to take more money from them. Okay,
hmm
I mean that's
yeah,
already language that they know.
it's like a
And
red pill left leaning critique.
right,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, because a lot of these jobs these women have are just bullshit jobs anyway that were created to make them happy.
yeah. That's another
Right?
one. You could also
Yeah.
claim a lot of these jobs are inefficient.
Yeah.
If a lot of these women were to go on strike as they have before, the
Oh
economy
yeah,
just goes. It just runs as good as it was before. If not, if maybe for some companies even better because
right.
there are fewer
Women
overbearing
in the
mothers
way.
to yeah. So that's
Yeah.
another cost that you bear that we have to bear as a society.
Yeah.
Therefore, you need to cough up some tax money and compensate us for that,
Mm.
and give the money to the men. Because when you give it to the women, they spend it on nails and eyelashes,
Right.
and
Oh,
come back to those very same men to go and pay for their rent. So no,
right. Right. Uh,
yeah,
that's one of the main things that I just. I mean, I know how much that stuff costs because I used to do them, like eyelash extensions,
yeah,
like for the good ones that uh, last longer or whatnot, the individual ones. Like I know that shit's expensive.
like I saw a clip of some some guy, I think he was speaking at may have been at a Turning Point USA sort of thing,
Hmm.
event. And the guy was saying that if you want to be a manly man, right, you need to go out there and have way more kids than you can afford, right?
Hmm.
And I was like, this is such a ridiculous thing to say. Like, you want people to literally tie themselves to poverty and put their kids in poverty in
Right.
order to push the conservative narrative of having more kids is good, which it is. It's just context, you know. And I was just thinking, in terms of what I just outlined,
Hmm.
you need to have. You'd be if you think you're complaining about. If we complain about population decline, I can
Hmm.
tell you that would not be a thing if men were earning more than women,
Hmm.
and we literally had the exact opposite of the situation we have right now.
Yeah.
You had men being incentivized to go into work and being supported by the state to go into university, get their degrees, real degrees, not gender studies.
Hmm.
Um, go contribute. That would literally flip the entire script for population in America and a lot of the West.
Yeah. It's weird. So the incentives, even for like healthcare, for instance,
Yeah,
like the incentives for companies to, or for healthcare providers to, charge a company X amount for rates. Like there's so many women's jobs that
Hmm.
because there's so many women employed there, they get better they get better healthcare. And then when the women push for this better healthcare. So if you take a young couple
Oh, I
and
hear what you're saying. Yeah.
they're both married, it's like the woman, and I heard this like over 10 times in the past couple of years from various different women in various different sectors of society. When they were younger, just starting out their family, they held on to their job longer because they had better health insurance than their husband did. Like there's something,
Explain from a South African context. I'm finding this
yeah.
difficult to grasp. So if you have better health insurance, how does that assist you in keeping a job?
It assists you in keeping your job because if your kids get sick, if I mean they saw it in the long run as less expensive. Like
The women.
the women, yeah, because they had this
Okay.
other job, they had to dedicate, this time and stuff, but they had better health insurance than their husband. Like the companies or the places they worked at provided better health insurance
Yeah.
that are
I can. So
predominantly women in there.
did that knock the compensation, or was that added above the compensation, the actual salary?
Um, I mean, it's part of the employment, I guess. I
Is it
mean,
part of the package? So essentially, what I'm asking is, if you
mhm,
had a man and a woman working the exact same job, right? And
right,
women fight for more healthcare, right? And they get
right,
it, right?
right.
Would they both still have? Would they both still cost the same to the company,
Yes,
or would it be a situation where now one costs, let's say, 100K per year to the company, but the
right.
other one costs, say, 120K to the company, and that extra 20K is allocated towards health, towards healthcare.
See, I don't know exactly how it works. I just
Because if
know,
if if, if it's the latter where it's uneven, that is bad.
yeah. I
Yeah,
just
there's a
know,
there's a lot of stuff that America needs to sort out. Like that shouldn't be the case.
right. I
You,
just
you
know
should you
that
should make it you should make it
that
easier
has been a
for
reason for
you should
women
make it easier
staying
for men.
longer. Yeah,
Yeah, that's nuts. You should make it
yeah,
easier for men to retain the jobs, because then you can keep families together.
yeah,
Because when the man doesn't retain his job, women bounce. They leave.
yeah,
Not all, but a lot, if not
yeah.
most.
I would say
So,
most.
yeah,
And women know how unstable men are in our society. Like at any time, like depending on where, a husband works, that
yeah,
they're not on solid ground. Like there's no guarantee if you actually do your job properly and do the right thing that
yeah,
you'll keep. Like there's so many other things because women are in the workforce, it makes it a lot harder. Like men can get fired for like being super competent at their job, but if a
hmm
woman says something, she's lying, they could lose it. Like women know how unstable men are in our society, but it's women who are fucking doing the destabilizing. So it's like, what?
yeah,
You're literally creating this problem that you're then complaining about, right?
yeah. It's. I always find it funny when women will say men are not like the men of our grandfather's generation.
Right.
You know, Men are no longer real men. Like it's like, yeah, that's because the incentive structure is totally different. Women
Right.
aren't the same either, and and in order for those men to shine, the women had to take a particular role, had to play a particular role. You know,
Because
so if you change that, and
there's a nurturing aspect to that though.
yeah,
Like when you destroy people, they're not going to shine.
yeah, there's something you said earlier about people moving
essentially being fear driven.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of that. There's a
Yeah.
whole lot of that. Of like the first thing you hear about women, like I was watching another clip where they were asking the women, what do you think is more important, getting a career, like focusing on a career, or getting married? And all the women on the panel said getting a career, like focusing on my career and being successful.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the guy specified, one of the girls asked, okay, what do you mean by getting married? And the guy was like, no, he can take care of you. Like he can take care of everything. And then all of a sudden, a few were hesitating, but then it's like they sort of looked around and said, nah, let's go for still going for education. And then when asked why, a lot of them started saying things like, well, the man can leave you, etc., 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 etc. And I was like, oh, okay, so the main issue here is that they don't want to find themselves stranded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
So
which is a legitimate fear.
so it is. So
Mm-hmm.
in my if I were a lefty and I were trying to solve this from the left, what I would say is you could simultaneously, you know, like how I was saying, you could pay men out like after you tax the companies, etc., etc. You could also pay single women, right? Let's say in quite the same way that you do now, but then you'd make sure that women who are married are significantly more like better off than women who are single.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, we compensate you for, you know, in order to assist you with your troubles as a single mother, but you would know that by being married, you'd be way better off.
Yeah.
So the incentive is to not dwell as in the single mother situation. Pair up, find someone to create a family with, and then, you know, add to the stability of America's society as a whole by having two-parent households. The current incentive is there's no incentive for
Right.
getting and staying married.
Yeah.
You see, yeah. So all of this ties back to the whole point of meritocracy, which is not just efficiency. It's balancing, you know, benefits and responsibility. Yeah, and we've totally gone out of whack because we've just allowed politicians to push whatever singular law they want to push in order to secure their next 4 or 5 years in office. You know, get their brownie points for you know, dismantling the patriarchy, etc., etc. Yeah, so we've allowed that to go on for too long, and now we have laws and policies and just an overall society that's way out of whack.
Yeah.
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 These are
Now we
just some
have
of the solutions.
some chick governor in Maine that's trying to, you know, make sure Trump doesn't get on the ballot.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, what
I
the
saw that.
fuck?
What was that?
Like,
What's that now? It's Maine.
yeah,
I think I
Maine.
saw Colorado.
Colorado did it, I think. Colorado
There was
went
another one.
first,
That
right?
was the first. Was the first state to do it?
I don't know. I think it's ridiculous, though.
I've seen 3.
Yeah. See,
Mm.
so they're not completely confident in their election rigging skills anymore.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make it so we can't even be on the ballot. Like, how desperate do you have to fucking be? That is so crazy. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm a fan of democracy.
I'm not.
I'm like, what? Like, just letting anybody have a say in stuff. Like,
It's ridiculous.
yeah, it is.
It's ridiculous. I always think of this example of imagine being on the operating table with your doctor hovering over you,
Yeah.
and then hearing him go, like pull a random visitor who's going to, you know, visit someone else in the hospital and saying, just come inside here for a second. What do you think we should do with his hernia? How do you think we should address this? You know, I just, you know, maybe bring another 4 people, just so that we can have this discussion and decide what we're going to do with this hernia.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, let's take a vote on it.
Right.
You know, that's
Yeah.
that's ridiculous to me. So
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of democracy. And I know that it's probably the best of bad systems, you know, but hey, the results of what was technically the best of many evils, to me it seems like it's probably not, you know. I'd
Yeah,
rather
I
have
don't know what it
efficiency.
is.
I think doctors should decide on doctor issues, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I think engineers should
And
decide
hold
on
on,
engineer issues.
not fake doctors, competent doctors.
Yeah.
Not
No,
we
no, no.
were trying to meet a
It's not just
diversity
you got your.
quota, so
No,
we
no, no,
just gave you this
no, no, no.
degree and now you're a PhD. Like,
You need to have
competent
skin in the
doctors.
game. You need to have skin in the game. You need to be someone who's shown that you really in this thing, not just someone who
Yeah.
got a certificate from some dodgy university and now we have to include you because you technically do have a degree in this
Yeah.
particular field. No, we
Yeah.
need to have we need to be serious. You know, engineering problems should be solved by engineers. Economics issues should be solved by economists.
Mm-hmm.
Etc. Etc. But God, please take away whatever. Don't let the psychologists fiddle with
Anything.
that particular field is screwed. And
But Emmanuel, they're like they've attached themselves to everything.
yeah,
That's they even somehow
Yeah,
work their way into STEM.
yeah.
So it's like they're literally leeching off other departments to fuck that up too. Like they want to have a say in these other areas, and they do. Like, how did that happen? I mean, slowly over time, each department was like, "Well, maybe we need an engineering psychology branch."
Yeah,
like,
I have a particular theory on that.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid growing up, and the first time I was introduced to the concept of self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that wasn't a thing. I know there's, and I've heard from adults that there wasn't a time when there was a time, sorry, when people didn't really consider this thing called self-esteem. It was just like, bro, you are either down or you're ready to work or whatever. But like this whole thing of like, you need like constant positive reinforcement, etc., etc. Right. You know, that whole self-esteem phase, it's sort of like laid the red carpet for this overreaching psychology stuff where now everything needs to be pathologized as some disease or some anxiety or some other mental stuff, and then obviously after that the mental health awareness campaign that people went on. All of a sudden now everyone is depressed, everyone has anxiety, everyone has some sort of mental health issue, bipolar, etc., etc.
Right. Which is signaling to a bigger problem that it's shedding the spotlight on something really fucking wrong in our society that happens when people aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing in life.
Yeah, it's one of two things. So let's take let's give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Mm-hmm. Perhaps they've uncovered a whole lot of people who were not being properly diagnosed before, right? Perhaps. Mm-hmm. But I lean towards the fact that there's been a whole lot of bad diagnoses now. Like there's a whole lot of misdiagnosis that's happening now.
Oh yeah, tons.
So it's like the LGBTQ thing. It's like the latest. It's like, okay, I'm not lesbian. I'm trans now.
Right. I'm
No, I'm not trans.
non-binary.
I'm non-binary because trans is not enough anymore.
You know
Yeah.
what, dude? So I know this guy. I've known him for. I used to cut his hair and his husband's, but
Mm.
I've seen him go from shit. No, longer than 10 years ago. 13. I've
Mm.
saw him go from being not married, just gay, in a relationship, to then married later, and now he's. Yeah, let's see what he say. He was posting something about him and his husband, and he's like, "This is the best. This is the best man that oh, fuck, what is he calling himself now? He's like playing the non-binary game.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's so weird how these people try out all these new stuff, and it's
Yeah.
like I had
Well,
a client that I saw, which I just recently saw her again. I would say
mhm.
for the fourth time after I had a little scare. Like when now, mind you, I've been cutting this girl's hair since she was 4. And now she's
Okay.
in middle school. She has an older sister. Her
Hmm.
mom's a professor. Okay.
All right.
Now she comes in last year, and her mom was kind of a little bit talking weird, a little bit. And then she brought up, oh, well, she's non-binary and her pronouns are they them. I was
Hey.
like, I looked at her, I was like,
Yo.
what? What? Right? And she wanted me to chop all her hair off in this. And she has beautiful, like curly, nice, like always beautiful hair. And so I was like shocked. I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, it's something that's kind of going around. And I was like, so I started picking her brain about it, like trying to make her think about it. Mostly because I
Mm.
was curious. I was like, what is this? What do you mean they them? Like, she's like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like a she her. I was like, what's a she her supposed to feel like? Exactly. And she's like, and she just kind of stopped, and then her mom kind of chimed in and
Yeah, of
was saying
course.
that her sister had, was playing it and all this other stuff. And I was just like, I was thinking in that moment, I was like, holy shit,
Yeah.
here's one of them,
There's
and
one of them. Yes.
I kept asking her because I was trying to get to the bottom of why exactly she's deciding to play this game right now. And it pretty much came down to it's popular at school. Her older sister went first. Her older sister
Hmm.
played this game first. I mean, her mom's totally encouraging of this.
Of
Totally
course.
she's willing to, alter her language and be like, "Oh yay, you're they them." Like, and I get why she does that, but it boiled down to trying to fit in. So I asked her a couple of questions. I know she likes to be pretty, and I was
Okay.
really sad to chop all her hair off. And the next, I just kind of made her think about this a little more and explain to me why she's playing this game. The second time, that stuff wasn't brought up, but she was still like, "Oh yeah, I want to go a little shorter on my hair." And I'm like, "Okay," and I kind of planted a few seeds that's like, "You look better in long hair" seeds,
Okay. Yeah.
which I
Thank you for
think
your service.
yeah, you're welcome. But that's kind of like one of those things that's like, okay, what does a young girl do in that situation? She comes in
Yeah.
contact. She's at school, everything's going like socially normal, whatever. At home, she's got her mom supporting this bullshit because her mom's a fucking professor. She's got her older sister in her life. It's like I see her maybe 4 times a year for a haircut. I have this much influence on her in her life. But I feel like it's such a big part of her life. I mean, your hair is, for a woman, your hair is kind of one of those things that's like, it's how you express yourself a lot of times. So it's
Yep.
like my profession is very important. Like fucking Bullet sent me this video of this trans non-binary barber, whatever, playing the "What are your pronouns" game, and it's like, how do you take your fucking responsibility to society and fuck off like that? Like, really?
Yeah.
There was a young girl sitting in her chair, and she's playing this game with her. I'm like, that is so fucking irresponsible. As a woman, as a female role model to other young women in society, you need to be doing your fucking part and being more responsible. I mean, I refuse to let a young girl that I've known since she was 4 play fuck around with her life like that. Like,
Yeah.
you
And
can't.
this is the issue. You have a lot of these women, especially these lefties. Like, is it a coincidence that so many Hollywood actresses suddenly have non-binary kids?
Children, yeah. Yep.
It's like, oh, really? Like, that's weird. This wasn't the case 10 years ago.
Right.
You
Well,
know,
and it's
so
like, this young girl's she's not playing the game anymore. She's growing her hair back out. Like, she's not doing they them anymore. Okay. Her
okay.
older sister is still doing it. Her mom still supports it. But she made a choice to let that shit go. I'm not saying I'm solely responsible for it, but I know if you have at least one person in your life that makes you fucking think differently, it makes a big difference.
Again, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
You saved a life.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. Like, I know how weak her mom is too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much of it she really believes, because she's in a department that it's more hard science. It's not social science by any means.
Yeah, I think
It's hard science.
you've mentioned this lady before.
No, I have a couple clients that work in science, but I think the social pressure that's put upon, because it's a lot of women that work at this university.
Is she not in engineering?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, if she's not, then perhaps I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah. No, Catherine. Oh, our president resigned, by the way. Catherine Banks.
Yeah.
She failed on epic proportions.
Whoa.
She actually stopped something from happening. That's a long story, actually. I don't know. I'm
Yes.
still looking at
Was
this.
she the one who? She's the one who was an engineer and then became the president
Yes.
of Texas A&M.
Yes.
Okay, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Catherine Banks, see, a lot of people are looking at it in a lot of different ways. I mean, she changed a lot there in the short time she was there. She did primarily focus on putting a lot of time and attention on rebuilding and building more engineering stuff, which I liked, because I kind of listened to who was complaining about what in that whole situation. And it seemed like the feminists had plenty to complain about. She was not on their side. She disbanded the diversity, inclusion, equity department. Like, she
Really?
did a. Oh yeah, she did. Remember, it's the same
I
one
remember. I remember sitting in on one of these sessions where they were talking, and there was this one black lady with dreadlocks, if I remember correctly, who was the head of the
Chief
diversity
officer. Yeah.
I remember them asking her some questions. She said, I can't remember what she said, but it alluded to her, sort of pointed out that she may be incompetent. Yeah. Okay, so I guess she's unemployed, or at least employed somewhere else.
I don't know.
Because what tends to happen at these institutions is that people get, sort of like a reshuffling of the. Yeah. Just.
Let me look.
Shifting deck chairs,
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that didn't like what she was doing. I mean, long story short, she pretty much cock blocked this black woman from getting this job in journalism because her history had been diversity, inclusion, equity. So I thought it was fabulous how she stopped her, like, because they were gonna give her fucking everything. They offered her this job, and here's this offer, and then they retracted and lowered it. And then I think they retracted it again and pretty much said that, you know, after a year, if we don't like you, we could fire you. Like, because there was they were offering no tenure. So Catherine Banks pretty much stopped that hiring. I mean,
I see.
I think later this lady won money or something because she sued or whatever. A&M ended up paying her anyway. But because of her previous work on diversity, inclusion, equity being her primary focus, Catherine Banks didn't want to hire her outside. She was looking more, like, when she was hiring a lot of different people, she was looking at more in-house stuff. Like, who could we put where in-house? So she was very careful about letting new people come into the culture, which I appreciated, because it's like she's trying to keep this cultural value thing. Like, why would you bring in Miss Diversity, Inclusion, Equity to run your journalism department? Like, yeah. So I totally understood that, but she ended up resigning after she did that. I don't know if she took one for the team, but a lot of people didn't like how much she focused on getting engineering mostly resourced and not being so concerned with the social sciences. Like, I didn't care that she was putting more into what needs to be put into, but a lot of people complained.
It's Texas A&M. What does the M stand for again?
It's ags and mechanical.
And mechanical.
Agriculture and mechanical.
Right. Agricultural. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So one would think that, there should be an emphasis on said
the mechanical. Yeah.
related subjects, not
yes.
Not social sciences.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't go to a university named let's say Pennsylvania mathematics and statistics, right? And expect to for it to have like equal emphasis on psychology.
Right.
Yeah, that sounds like an agenda to me, man. It sounds like they actually wanted her out for perhaps how unsettling she was to the to the people who were there, to make them feel secure.
The women that want to get their faces painted on the murals on the wall for A&M history.
Yes. Here's the lady who was saying, we need to have more. That she said that it needs to represent. Students need to feel like they are represented.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like South Africa, man. Yeah. No, but I'm glad you actually had some progress. There seem to be like some. Every now and then I hear a few things that are happening that give me hope.
See, but I don't know. I don't know what's being undone that she did currently. Like, I feel like the faculty senate complained that they didn't get their token black women to head up fucking the new revamping of the journalism department, and so they threw a fit and called for her resignation. Like,
you guys could always hire Harvard's whatchamacallit. Yeah. I laughed the other day. I saw some quote, like the whole meme that's been going on, the whole joke that's been going on, where people like make a quote of like a well-known quote, you know.
Right.
And then they just cite her as the original, source of the quote, as a play or as sort of like joking about her plagiarism,
Yeah.
which is nuts. Imagine how embarrassing that is. That is insane. If you've ever been to university, to everyone in listening, that is one of the main things that that emphasize it, the emphasis on plagiarism and how they hate it, you know, and how it represents it's like it's academic dishonesty, you know, and to have the head of your university be guilty of that, and not just like I mean badly so, not just slightly, you know, insane. That is insane. And then you've got to ask, what about the screening process? How did they not pick that up, or did they, or did they see it and then it's just like, well, she's the she's the chosen one, so we're gonna hire her anyway.
Right.
Which again goes back to the whole meritocracy thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, dude, Banks is on Wikipedia. So, okay. Here, this is funny. This, okay. This is kind of funny, actually. Hold on, let me share this.
Let's see.
Here's the wiki about Catherine Banks. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Has all her stuff on here: education, career.
Let me see if I can get this to let's go. Uh-huh.
Okay. And then
Right.
here's most of the words that's on here. It talks about how she left. So she served for 9 years as vice chancellor of the engineering and the dean of Texas A&M College of Engineering. Banks was nominated to the presidency on March 3rd, 2021, and was confirmed. Let's see. Yeah, Texas A&M recruited this Kathleen McElroy, 1991 graduate of the university and tenured professor at the University of Texas in Austin, to lead the university's journalism program. A month later, negotiations broke down due to the changes in the offer given to McElroy, which initially was a tenured full professor position with press, faculty, and McElroy remain at the University of Texas at Austin. Banks rejects the claims made by the media in the meeting with the faculty senate, claiming that she was unaware of any changes to the initial job offer. However, subsequent investigation by the university's office of general counsels revealed that Banks was significantly involved in the process and aware of these changes. Following the media backlash, the interim dean of Texas A&M College of Arts and Sciences, Jose, stepped down. On Wednesday, Texas A&M Faculty Senate passed a resolution, see, these Senate people, to create a fact-finding committee into the mishandlings of the hiring of McElroy. During that meeting, Banks told faculty members that she did not approve changes to an offer letter that led a prospective journalism professor to walk away from negotiations amid conservative backlash to her hiring. See, this conservative backlash to her hiring.
So who's hiring? Banks is hiring.
No, the diversity McElroy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there were a lot of people that spoke out against it. I would say the majority of people that spoke out were for against it. They did not want
So
a
why
person.
did they get rid of it anyway? Because it doesn't sound like she resigned. It sounds like she was pushed on.
Well, no. Let's see. Come on. Just release a statement. Let's see. Challenging Banks' statement. Okay. I mean, she lied about not having any involvement in it, which was false. She told the faculty senate that she she didn't have any involvement in the changing of the offer, which she did. Text messages later confirmed that she was like, yeah, there's no way this woman's going to work here.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the recent challenges regarding Miss Dr. McElroy made it clear to me I must retire immediately. The negative press is a distraction from the wonderful work being done here. So she retired.
So, okay, let me just get this straight. So
Huh?
she got fired for
She
essentially
retired.
pushed out. Okay, but like the intention wasn't to retire at that point in time,
No.
given the fact that she had just been employed. So
Yeah.
So I'm guessing she got pushed out for revoking an offer
Yeah, because I think
and
the
changing it and
initial.
wanted to offer something else.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing the issue is, well, was she supposed to get approval from anyone else to do that?
I don't know.
Because I mean, if she's the president, surely she has powers to override certain
Right.
things, no?
Right. I would think so.
Certainly, if you are the president, you are liable for the performance of your staff. So you should be able to. You should have the authority to. You know,
Yeah,
to
if I
hire
was
people. If you
if I was
or not
running a
hire
unit,
people.
right? If I was running a university and they made this big deal about getting this diversity, inclusion, equity professor to come head up our brand new journalism or our revamped journalism department, and these people that give them all the things that they want and more created this
Yeah.
contract that like offered her the world and never to be fired. As a president, I would be like, no, we're gonna change that.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna change that. Yeah, I don't know. I just know she's not there anymore.
Ugh,
Yeah.
fallen soldier, man.
I don't know. I had more respect for her than a lot of my clients that work under her did. So, I mean, I just looked at her kind of objectively. I'm like, this is a mother of 6 children. This is somebody that, I mean, has been very successful in engineering. Like, I just looked at a lot of her successes and I looked at a lot of her decisions. And I was like, okay, she might be able to do some good here and getting rid of some of this fuckery.
To me, this sounds like what they tried to pull on Elon when he fired a lot of workers at Twitter.
Yeah.
Except because Elon actually owns the company,
Right.
you know, they couldn't get, they couldn't make as much of an impact as perhaps in this situation. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We also had vice chancellor Jackson went to my university after I left. I think we had a stream a long time ago where I was showing you. Oh man, and yeah, so she had there was a whole scandal, and I think she also was ousted. And you still had two competing views in I would say South African mainstream media. You had the typical zealots of feminism, where she's a woman and she's black. Therefore, because she was ousted, it's probably because of white men not wanting to see a black woman in a position of power and leadership at UCT, right, alma mater, and but and then you had like the other side of things, which is more like the red pill side of things, where people were calling her a thought, and but I mean, if you see some of the stuff she was posting, man,
Yeah.
it's unbecoming of a vice chancellor. A vice chancellor at our university is sort of like the president at Texas A&M. So it's like the top job. It's the top daily, executive job, like a person who's actually working there on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Uh, um, and she had radical. She had the colored hair, the
Mm.
like feminist stuff, the you know lefty. She's just a lefty. And I certainly am glad to see the back of her. Like I've seen so many articles about the downfall of my alma mater since she was appointed, but to be honest, it was already in a downward spiral for years before that. The fact that she got hired was indicative of exactly how much it had fallen in the first place.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm keen to see if it will regain its prestige. Um, Maybe if it does, maybe I might consider sending my kids there.
Mm-hmm.
For now, no, not at
No,
all,
no.
not at all.
Queen
It's a
McElroy.
crazy. It's this is the home of your. This is the home of kill all men and all this stuff. This is the sort of
Right.
stuff that you see there. Yeah, that kind of university. Hectically left leaning. Yeah. I
See,
would
and
be
then
surprised. Yeah.
this hiring incident, this like read this, I know.
Okay. Let's see. Let's try and zoom in. In June 2023, McElroy was selected to lead Texas A&M University's journalism program. A month later, negotiations, sorry, broke down due to changes in the offer. Sorry, this is quite small on my screen. I'm just zooming.
Mm.
Due to changes in the offer given to McElroy, which initially was a tenured full professor position, with press, faculty, and McElroy reporting that outside influences had rejected the nomination. McElroy ultimately rejected the final offer, which had been watered down to a 1-year contract that could be terminated at any time, and decided to remain at the University of Texas at Austin. Um, I guess, what's that, Miss? M. Catherine Banks, um, the president of Texas A&M University, rejected the claims made by the media in a meeting with the faculty senate, claiming that she was unaware of any changes to the initial job offer. Following the media backlash, the interim dean of the Texas A&M College of Arts and Sciences, Jose um, Luis Bermudez, resigned. On Wednesday, July 19th, 2023, the Texas A&M Faculty Senate passed a resolution to create a fact-finding committee into the mishandling of the hiring of McElroy. During that meeting, Banks told faculty members that she did not approve changes to an offer letter that led McElroy to walk away from negotiations amid conservative backlash to her hiring. Hart Blanton, the head of the university's Department of Communication and Journalism, released a statement through his lawyer on July 21st that challenged Banks's statement from a July 19th faculty meeting in which she suggested that she didn't know why changes were made in the offers to McElroy. Blanton claimed that Banks had actually injected herself into the process atypically and early on, and that a diminished offer given to McElroy had his signature forged on it by the university. What? In a statement, Blanton also said the unusual level of scrutiny given to Dr. McElroy was acknowledged by one administrator to have been based, at least in part, on race. Okay.
Hmm.
Banks submitted her resignation late in the evening of July the 20th due to the fiasco. McElroy hired legal counsel after the events. On August the 3rd, 2023, Texas A&M confirmed that they reached a settlement with McElroy for $1 million. Okay, yeah.
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 $1 million settlement. See, I hate how this is. It says by one McElroy was acknowledged by one administrator to have been based on, at least in part, on race. Like they were the unusual
The
scrutiny
unusual.
give. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it racist instead of ideologically fucking based.
Yeah, but even if it could be based on race if the actual hiring was also based on race. No. Say for
Well, I mean,
example,
they wanted her
if I
because she
hire
was a
someone,
black woman.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that
Yeah.
if she's hired based on race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then obviously the race automatically plays a role in someone who's trying to resist a racially motivated appointment. You know, it becomes a factor.
Mm-hmm.
Not obviously your aim is to go for meritocracy, but in trying to explain, race will be. I'm just trying to illustrate that it's easy for someone to come up with a statement like that
Mm-hmm.
while not acknowledging the fact that it's not like she refused to hire her because she's black. She refused to hire because she was hired for being black. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's easy to come up with a statement like that and then make it seem as though, it's just if you know the sort of manipulation that the media tends to, engage in, these half truths, the misleading quotations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You take things like that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, doctoral advisor was another chick. Academic work discipline. Journalism subdiscipline. Racial representation in news media.
Yeah, the whole thing about her, the doctoral advisors, basically who advised her during her PhD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thesis.
So
Somewhere between us and them, black columnists and their role in shaping racial discourse.
wow.
I don't know. A lot of people looked at her resume or CV or whatever and were like, no, we don't want this bullshit in our university.
You talking about Miss Banks?
No, like this journalism person that they initially offered a fucking full tenure and all this other bullshit. Like,
I see. Yeah. I still don't understand why. What's the point of being a president if you can't override
right,
what you deem to be bad practice from your subordinates?
right,
Say, for example, a racially motivated appointment.
right. With a very
If you want to
racially
make
motivated, super awesome package.
so now you have a situation where if you don't hire them, you called racist for not hiring someone based on their race.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is all stuff you need to get rid of in America before you can actually start to, I'm looking forward to next year's elections.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jenny, to see where things land for Americans. Um, I don't know, yeah, I just want to see where you guys are at because there's as much as people can say, looks like Trump's going to win it by a landslide, etc., etc.
Right.
All it takes is a few scandals, well placed people, make a scandal of things. to swing, the votes of the masses. So we'll see. Expect
Yeah.
more shenanigans. You know, more wee from
Worry. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Right, but Jim,
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
Emmanuel.
call it.
I
I have to call
know.
it. Yeah, it's been nice catching up, and
Thank you. Thank you for
yeah,
joining
that
us and imparting all of your great economic wisdom. And
it's just a few things.
no, you have great economic wisdom, Emmanuel. And
You know
you're
what?
so eloquent with your speech, so it helps.
Whenever I think of like people I look up to, people like Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, people who those and when I think of economic wisdom, that's what I think of. They're like these powerhouses, of economic wisdom, and a lot of
Yeah.
them influence my views. A lot of them would have a lot to say about a lot of negative things to say about the state of meritocracy in the United States, and how moving away from that is has been detrimental and it's still going to be more still going to see the full impact of a lot of these policies. You know, just in closing, I can say for South Africa, we are now riddled with corruption and incompetence basically everywhere. You know, and it's also eroding the social fabric. You know, the fabric of society, because now you have a thing where people sort of understand that the only way to get ahead is through political connections, knowing someone. Essentially the widely held idea in South Africa is that people who are in positions of power now probably got there, through some sort of favor, through some sort of bending of the rules
Yeah.
to get them ahead of the rest. And what that does for work ethic, for just social, the general social cohesion and the happiness of a country, it erodes it, destroys it. Because I mean, what's the point of you going to school? Let's say if suppose you one of these guys who's in a really rough place, right? Say you're in a rough part of town in the roughest state in the country, and you're really trying to get yourself out from the mud, right?
Yeah.
What's the motivation? Like it kills the motivation to do that if you see that if you start to get the idea that the only way to get there is through some sort of,
Through cheating.
you know, through cheating,
Yeah.
you know, um, normalizes corruption, normalizes even crime. Like I've heard plenty of people who do crime say, well, if the top guys are doing it, if those guys are getting there through, corrupt means, through, bribery and all sorts of things, so why can't I?
Yeah.
So there are way more consequences than the immediate economic. It's greater than just the economy, because in some ways the society is downstream of the economy and vice versa. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's emphasized enough exactly how much of an impact this is going to have. And the sooner you guys shift away from that, the sooner you start to, repudiate and just reject a lot of the stuff that's coming from the Democrats, the better.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of it. And
I know.
Trump couldn't come back any sooner, man. Even couldn't come back soon enough. It's
Yeah, I was
yeah.
listening to one of his rallies here recently, and I was gonna play a clip of it, but I stopped it where I was gonna play it, And then because it was still going at the time, so when I went back to it later, like it totally got in the wrong spot. But
Okay,
he
yeah.
was talking about how, when he gets back in office, like the diversity, inclusion, equity stuff, like nobody's getting a single dime. He's cutting off all resources that to people who support and use that kind of stuff. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, he needs to do it like I wish I could like
At a
check
federal level, like
yeah.
that's big.
Let me see if I can find just quickly what give me a second. I'm just trying to see if I can find an example of what the guy in Argentina has done so far. Yeah, because it's he's done quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah, in such a small amount of time.
Yeah, I wish I could just. I wish I had like the list of things that he did. Let's see, what's his name? It's Millet. I.
Lays off 5,000 government.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You've got it. That's the one.
Politico. Is that a trusted source?
Let me just see. I'm just trying to see Millet. So Millet 5,000 should come up.
Right-wing libertarian. Struggling economy. So the contractors for other government employees who were hired prior to 2023 will be reviewed, authorities said. The 2023 cutoff is apparently meant to target the practice of outgoing president padding the payrolls in their final year. With inflation expected. Let's see.
Yeah, he okay, here it is. He reduced 21 ministries to only 9, by the way. So 29 departments of government, reduced it all the way down to 9.
Nice.
Oh, man. So it's giving me a problem now. Where is this thing? Just give me 1 second. Okay, he reduced it down to 9. Apparently, he's giving the Argentines the option to homeschool, bars useless woke language in the military, fired 5,000 government employees, loosening gun laws, legalized contracts to be paid in Bitcoin.
He's barring woke language in the military?
Yeah, like he even said he wants to get rid of he wants to make it illegal for politicians to present things as being free. So essentially he's trying to change the whole language behind political campaigning, so that it actually reflects reality instead of this whole thing of people thinking things are free.
Right.
Yeah. So he wants people to say, no, it's not free. At the end of the day, someone's going to have to pay the cost, and to specify, who's going to pay. All sorts of things that he's thinking of, like the future, in order to,
So he's trying to pass policies that prevent lying to the public.
Exactly. That I remember there was a time when we were debating a long time ago, and I mentioned that I have a problem with people who undermine the truth. Like,
yes.
I'm all for free speech,
yes,
but I have a real problem with people who undermine it. It's not even if you lie. It's about if you undermine the means for us to get to the truth.
Right.
It's worse than lying. It's you disabling our ability to get to the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're making it, you taking it, essentially making our apparatus that we use for detecting, determining truth null and void. You're making it useless,
Yeah.
and that's what a lot of these guys, these postmodernist guys, do when they're like constantly switching between semantics and all these things, these games that they play.
Mm-hmm.
It's important. Lying is undesirable, but I can tolerate lying,
Yeah.
provided that we still have the means to get to the truth, because then it's just a matter of working to get
Yeah.
to the truth. But
Yeah.
if you take away the means for us to get to the truth, that
Hmm.
is serious.
Like Twitter. I'm so happy Elon is doing what he's doing, man.
Yeah.
Because Twitter, I came across this channel. This guy plays video games, and actually,
Hmm.
I might contact him. I need to stop by his channel. He plays video games. He used to work in the media. He's from Canada, and I guess
Okay.
he used to be a MGTOW guy, and then he gave that up. But he's the one that kind of pointed my attention towards Twitter, because he's like, yeah, it really doesn't matter what we do right now, because um, Twitter pretty much has a hold on the public perception.
Yeah.
And I guess he worked in news media and a lot of
Yeah.
things, and he's like, yeah, you'd have no idea what I've seen and how fucking ridiculous it is. But he pointed at Twitter. So when Elon, there was like negotiations of him buying Twitter, I was like, fuck yes,
Yeah.
this is like gonna start a chain reaction of getting the truth out there. Like,
It's nuts because someone was like, it all started from, I think, them trying to, I think they banned the Babylon Bee,
really?
and then yeah, either they did that or they censored them, one of the two,
Yeah.
right? And then Elon was like, this is ridiculous, right? And then someone literally said, maybe you should buy it.
Yeah.
And he came back later and was like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And he bought
Yeah.
it and supported. Imagine.
I know, right?
All of this started with them messing with the Babylon Bee.
Yes. Yeah.
So he was like, nah, this has gone too far now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Yeah, that's
close enough.
scary.
It was close enough. I mean, yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good stuff. Because I see some shifting in that way. Like, yes, freedom of speech. Yes. I think his reduction and increasing the cost for bot manipulation
Yeah.
is a great idea, because I guess there's a lot of freaking bots on there. So it gave the
Yeah.
public the perception that most people agreed with this bullshit. And
Yeah.
most people don't agree with it. Like, and that's the truth. Like, if given the choice, most people would not agree with it. There's just so many people that are being held under somebody else's thumb, to where, oh, if you don't follow along, go along to get along, like your future is going to be in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a good thing. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see.
It's great. It's the one platform that's actually giving a fair of the mainstream social media platforms. And
Yeah.
I'm going to throw the media into this as well.
Yeah.
It's the one platform that's actually giving, I'd say, an even-handed, you know, approach to things. It's actually allowing both sides to speak
Yeah.
without suppressing one or the other. And for leftists, this is like,
Hell. It's
yeah,
hell for
it's
them.
hell. It's hell. It's hell.
And that is just so satisfying.
I don't like Twitter anymore. I'm going to close my account.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm going to announce it to everyone before I leave.
Right. And then they won't really leave. I
And then they
can't.
don't really leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm.
Well, Emmanuel, thank you
Well,
very much for the
all
conversation. It
right.
was good catching up, getting your
Yeah, yeah,
insights
yeah.
on what's happening now, for sure.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. Let's. Hopefully next time you stream, I'll be able to hop on again.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank
Have
you,
a good. Oh,
Emmanuel.
geez. Have a happy New Year.
Oh, you too.
Yeah.
You
It's like,
too.
what's that? That's like for us right now. It's like 9:23. So it's about 3 hours before New Year's Eve.
Oh, for you.
Yeah.
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 Well, have a good New Year. Thank you again
Yeah.
for
All right.
spending. Dude, we're over 5 hours.
Yeah.
Good stuff, though. Much
Yeah.
needed.
Back
All
to
right,
default settings.
yeah. Right. Well, so it's important to do this every now and then,
Yeah.
like, yeah, just touch base. And that's what I've been thinking about recently, because I'm trying to write, and I've been
Yeah.
writing and writing and writing all week, and I'm like, oh, this is a lot. I'm just
Yeah.
currently I'm writing down like stuff I know to be true.
Mm-hmm.
So how I arrange that and what I use it for is kind of what I'm still thinking on. So
Writing is difficult. It's way more difficult than you think. You know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
anyway, I'm gonna end this,
all right. Yeah. Yeah.
and then
What
I'm gonna say bye to everybody. And then I actually have a question for you once we get backstage. So,
Okay. All
cheers,
right.
everybody. Thank you, JR. Good to see you. Thanks everybody for participating. We'll catch you next time.